home and playing better that way, or is it the idea that they just think the Cavs have been playing over their skis for the past couple games?
I think it is a sign that they don't think Donovan or James can do the same things on the road. And by the way, that's the way you should feel after 10 games in the playoffs, 11 games in the
right.
playoffs.
Part of why Game 5 that matters so much is this is the time you get to show us that you can do this.
Well, and that's like I do think that Donovan got his mojo back in Game 4. Prove it tonight. James, tonight would be a game where I'm willing to trade 2 or 3 turnovers from James if he's able to hit 6 3-pointers. Like, tonight is the kind of night where if either Donovan or James can have a 6 or 7, 6-7, three-pointer kind of night on like 10 field goal or 10 3-point attempts or 12 3-point attempts, that's the kind of thing that I can take this game and swing it in the favor of the Cavs, and all of a sudden you've got a chance to finish them off at home.
It is the type of game you're just going to need. You're going to need points. That's the idea. You're going to need baskets. And so, like, if it's Donovan going to the free throw line a million times, if it's Harden doing that as well, I'm all for it. But it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes down. But you can tell the framework that Vegas is laying out here, they think it's going to be very similar to what you saw in Game 1.
I will tell you, I'd put a little scratch in the Cavs tonight.
I definitely.
I mean,
definitely.
Plus, giving away 4.5.
I'm at the spot where I wouldn't bet your money on the Cavs.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not.
So but you bet your own.
You know, I mean, I'm kind of like they're like I'm just off. I'm off betting the Cavs basketball for the current moment.
I got you.
They're on my board. They're just a no bet, a consistent no bet. They haven't earned that, and I don't know that they'll have it back at any point in this series. But yeah, like 4.5 points. Let's go.
I think tonight, this series, it represents. Get through the thing that you haven't been able to get through. And then once we get there, if you get through this series, and especially if you win tonight, we can get back to being rah-rah about the Cavs. And I think what's interesting is, even though we've all had these two polar opposite sides, you're either pro-Harden, anti-Harden, you think the team can do it, can't think the team can do it, or need to see the proof like I am. I think everybody's aligned in, all right, now the next 2 to 3 games is where we find out whether you're going to get the Cavs rah-rah fans. And that's different than just the Cavs that show up. I'm talking about like the people who are ready to go and call into this station every day and say Cavs in 5 against the Knicks. Mm-hmm. Well, that's what tonight is about.
Can I make I need a judgment. I need a ruling from the two of you guys. So I'm not Jinx guy. Mm-hmm. I'm nothing when it comes to that stuff. I don't really believe in any of that. You know that.
I'm hearing a basketball God's plea.
I want a ruling from you guys because I happened to notice the morning show today. They fell back in love with the Cavs, right? Mm. And I feel like my instant reaction. Again, I don't believe in any of the Jinx or any of that stuff. But like, where do mushes come in play? Because like the idea that. When he's been anti-Cavs is when the Cavs play their best basketball.
Yeah.
Like when he's turned into this team stinks, they're not as good as I thought they were, they kind of suck, I'm an idiot for believing them, then the Cavs always just come out and play great basketball. Like we've seen this. Game 7 in the first series against the Raptors, came out, played great basketball. Lyman was already like, I don't know about this team. And then like the last 2 games and what we've seen, that's been the best James Harden, Donovan Mitchell combo we've had yet. And who's been at the front of that?
All right.
It's been Lyman being Doubt City left and right. And so like I got a little worried this morning, Nick. I was hearing them, and I thought, are they mushes? And I wasn't sure because I don't believe in jinxes. I don't believe in any of that nonsense. But like, it did hit my brain in a certain way of like, can mushes be a thing?
I
like them better doubting the Cavs.
I don't want to put the mush on Ken. Because Ken wasn't here last week, so it feels like a TBD.
It might be a Lima mush.
But could Lima's got everything you'd want out of a mush.
Every time he has doubted this team, they have done the exact response of playing their best basketball.
And every time he's gone
crazy for him,
he's gotten smacked back in his face.
They seem like 5 drunkards out there.
Yeah.
And so like I didn't like this morning. I kind of want him to be like, I don't know. We got to see it. We've been bit by we touched the stove too many times. And then turning into Whammer this morning, I was a little like, oh.
Is there a chance?
I don't know that I love that.
Okay, how can we counteract this? Do we need to have him do his 620 where he tries to take over the show again? Where he just can you anti-mush right before the game and then it cancels out the mush this morning? I don't know how mushes work.
I'm fine with that.
But I am a believer in the mush.
Okay. I need some clarification because I don't know how to tell you how I was feeling, but that's what I was feeling. I said it would have just been a lot nicer if he just said some really mean things about James Harden before this game.
Is Lima the Cavs mush? Watch A Bronx Tale, and you'll get what we're saying there. 216-474-0092. And Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, talking the Brown schedule. Albert Breer talking the Brown schedule, the NFL schedule release. He's intrigued by Taylon Green. We'll get to that and the never-ending Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini scandal and what it could mean for Mike Vrabel in 2026. Albert at 4 today, and then Daryl Ryder, who also has some mush-like tendencies, but he's also just a flip-flopper at 6 today. Will this series be decided by who wins tonight and the upside and downside for Donovan in Game 5 on 92.3 The Fan?
Because in business, waiting isn't an option. Start ready, stay ready with LendSeek. Apply at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs playoff coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Got some Gardo's Day baseball we'll get to later today, depending on when the game wraps up there. But it's interesting. You threw out a topic in the pre-show meeting, and I just thought it was an interesting topic and an interesting question to be asked because it's not where my headspace was with tonight. So the topic is this a legacy-defining game for Donovan? Is that because you think it is a legacy-defining game?
No, it's because it's the chatter right now. I hear a lot of people suggesting it's a legacy-defining game, and the thing I find interesting is, it seems like every other game is a legacy-defining game for Donovan. It feels like, how many times this postseason can we say it's a legacy-defining game for Donovan? Well, I guess if you think that the series revolves around what happens tonight, maybe this would classify as well.
Do you think Game 4 was a legacy-defining game?
I think Game 4, if they make it past this series, I think Game 4 is the game people are going to talk about until, I don't know, 5 years from now. You'll be like, remember that 39-point second half? And you'll talk
the 43 burger.
Yeah, it's going to be weird to talk about. Because you'll be like, oh, wow, 39-point second half. He must have been dominant start to finish with. What did he finish with? 43 burger.
Yeah,
great.
It was a good tasting burger.
So he did
you just
nothing.
don't eat the first half.
He did nothing in the first half. Yeah, no, he sleepwalked in the first half.
The first half of the burger,
he was a zombie in the first half.
It was basically horse meat. But the second half, oh my God, it was not horse meat.
It was a clinic. Yeah. And so I know. So in some respect, it has to be a legacy-defining game. But how many times can we say something is a legacy-defining game?
So I think where we are in the playoffs, and again, it actually flows perfectly within what our conversation was about tonight, which is, will the series be decided by who wins tonight? I think it makes sense that everyone should feel that way, whether you're a Cavs fan, Pistons fan, or whatever. Because if the Cavs finally prove that they can win on the road, there's no reason to believe that they're going to lose Game 6. Because now the Pistons have to prove that they can, and vice versa. If the Cavs lose this game, there's no reason, even if they win Game 6, to believe they're going to win Game 7 on the road. But when it comes to this, we're still in the legacy is much more at stake for Donovan than it is to be captured. This can't be a legacy-defining game.
It sounded like an AI term right there. Have you spent too much time doing ChatGPT lately?
Well, we've got a nice, healthy relationship.
Is that what that is?
Although I actually asked ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
It's a different chat. Old ChatPP.
It's actually the Jason Pierre-Paul version.
It's true.
It's offshoot.
Now, great.
But I get what you're going to say.
Elite. Yeah. But it is compromised by only having 6 fingers. But no, I think we're at the spot where in this series, Donovan can more hurt his legacy by having a bad Game 5 than everyone's going to be like, that Game 5.
You're going to forget Game 4 if he stinks it up in Game 5.
Yes.
Game 4 will be an afterthought.
Now, if he comes out tonight
but if he's awesome,
and
then
drops
it'll
another
be,
40 burger.
Yes, then you'll talk about Game 4 again for the next 5 years, and you'll also turn around and be like, that's part of what turned Donovan and flip the switch is what happened in Game 4.
But he still has to win the series.
For sure.
I think, and not just that, but I do think the Cavs still have to acquit themselves well in the Eastern Conference Finals. Even if they don't win that series, if you get through this and then it's just, no, you were so overwhelmingly more talented than everyone else, that's just kind of what got you through, and then you lose quickly to the Knicks, that would be another thing that I kind of think impacts this. I just think there's only so much Donovan can prove in the first 2 rounds of the playoffs, whereas 143 burger game against the Knicks, even in a series loss, is something that people will remember and glom on to.
I just think it matters more for Donovan because he's at the spot. You couldn't have asked for a better spot for him, all things considered, outside of just being done with the series and being on to the next round. The idea that you got 3 games and you played great in Game 4. You seem like you got your shot back. You seem like everything's healthy. Everything's going well for yourself, and you've never made it out of the second round. He's asked to play in big type of games where the whole entire NBA world's watching. Guess what? You're the show. You're the show tonight.
And before that game, we had multiple guests say, "Where's Donovan Mitchell been?"
Yeah, no, for sure.
And that's the first time, really, as a Cavalier, we've had those conversations because he's been so good previously, and it has looked like Don and the Donettes. I think there's another part of this where it's like, hey, that 43 burger was great, tasted delicious the second half, but like, all right, now you got to do it again just to keep kind of reminding people that this is who you are. Like it's so funny about when we talk about Donovan's legacy. There is a level that he has secured in terms of how people are going to think about him. But it's still relatively fungible, right?
For sure.
And when I say that, I mean, like, if he goes through this and he wins, and then he goes and they beat the Knicks, and they're in the NBA Finals, it is an incredible glow-up. If they lose tonight and they don't get out of this round, it's not that it takes a hit. It's just it remains stagnant in a way that at 30, it's really tough to try and change that narrative unless you strike lightning in a bottle at a different time.
Well, again, this is like an opportunity here where he can beat some of the charges that are against him. And this also goes for Harden in the same respects, too. Once you get to game 5, 6, 7, like this is the crunch time. This is when everyone that suggests that you flame out in important games or you just disappear in important games, these are the type of games where if you have another good showing and you look and between you and Donovan come out and lead this game, like all of a sudden you're rewriting some of your history. Not all of it, but you're rewriting some of it.
I am as much in on this series as you can be because you can't sleep on it. Like this is, I got the butterflies about tonight. I need a Cavs win. I want a Cavs win. We got to take care of this series first. But there is a part of me that, again, it's not that I think people are bored by the Cavs. I think they're where you and I are, where we're living and dying with every one of these games. But in terms of like the status of the Cavs, where there's the big, LeBron, Giannis potentially this offseason. Does Harden come back? Does Donovan come back? And Mobley and all these kind of things. And that's all kind of hanging in the balance. And then we're still just waiting to get through round 2. And so I think, and again, like it's not a criticism of the Cavs. It's just a criticism of what you've done for 4 years. And that somehow being in the second round of the playoffs, even though I think I'm reasonably confident that they're going to win this series, it does feel stagnant. And I kind of feel the same way about Donovan. Like when he's going off, you're like, special, loving every second of this.
Yeah.
But it's almost like we're almost a little impatient. Like, all right, can we get through this? Because I'd like to go to that next thing so we can.
What part are we not tapping into with people? After game 2, it felt like the whole entire world wanted to call into the station and have Cavs discussions and have Cavs arguments. And it was like, when the team was melting down, people were ready for that. And then it felt like after game 4, when things are headed in the right direction, it felt like yesterday was a little lackluster, all things considered. And right now, so far throughout the first 40 minutes, 30 minutes of this show, it feels a little lackluster.
So I think some of it's I don't know that we respect our opponents. I damn sure know we didn't respect Toronto. And by the way, again, I still don't. That was not a 7-game series. And I think Cavs fans are really smart to know that shouldn't have been a 7-game series either. Even in this series, like you watch those first 2 games, and I think the fury came from you should have won one or both of those games. And I think I do think like we all see the Pistons in a similar light. Cade Cunningham is a really nice basketball player, but this team has massive limitations, and they need another superstar to go with him to be a true threat in the Eastern Conference beyond just you won a bunch of regular season games. And so I think when they lose, it goes, how could you lose to that team? Because it feels like the Pacers all over again, or it feels like the Knicks all over again, or it feels like the Orlando series, even though you won that, or I know the Celtics were the eventual NBA champions, but it's how you lost to the Celtics, right? So, like, I think that's where it's coming from. I think it's like oh, no,
I'm
it's
trying to figure it out.
Again.
I don't know if it's just there's just no juice with winning with this team, or there's going to be some sense of, like, if they make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, then everyone's going to get on board, and then all of a sudden it'll have the juice that we're discussing. Like, is there like there's a prove-it mode maybe that this Cavs team has that they haven't cleared yet, and until they do, people will just look at them like, all right, make us a bicycle clown.
I think for all the haggling and all the fighting and all the thing, I think all of us, whether you were the most Cavs vibes in February after the Harden trade or the I'll believe it when I see it, I think we're all on the same page and we were just haggling over the details. I do. I think we're all in prove-it mode with the Cavaliers, and it as insane as it sounds. Okay, yeah, you beat the Pistons in Game 5. It's going to be enjoyable. We're going to have fun. But in the end, the question, as a Cavs fan, you immediately go to, All right, but you're going to finish off the series.
Well, so I wonder if that starts to change. If they finish off the series and then you're stamped into the Eastern Conference Finals, and I hate getting ahead of myself here, but is that the spot then where Cavs fans will be like, all right, let's lock in? Or is it just going to turn around and be like, oh, no, you're massive underdogs to the Knicks now. What are we doing?
I think the lock-in series is going to be the Knicks.
Okay.
Because at least with the Knicks.
Because this has not been a lock-in series.
Because the Knicks, you call back to the first postseason exit. You call back to the fact they were in the Eastern Conference Finals last year and you weren't. Like, I think there's a lot of things.
There's something about this series. Like, you and I are locked in for every possession. We're living and dying with this stuff, but I'm not getting that registered from a lot of the fan base right now.
I think fans are locked in. I don't think that it's not an excitement thing. It's just I don't know. I think we're all in agreement. It's like, no, Cavs got to lock in. You know, like, okay, prove it.
Or is it the idea that maybe nobody wants to speak on it because they've just made everyone look like an idiot at every turn?
They don't want to be a mush.
Well, you don't want to be a mush.
You don't want to be Lima.
The people that have been very pro this Cavs team has looked like idiots at times, and the people that have been very anti this Cavs team have looked like idiots at times. Like, it's like there's no one really looking like they're clairvoyant in this Cavs discussion, and maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe people don't want to end up looking like they're stupid or wrong about it. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Those people have not stopped tweeting me after the Cavs wins the last two games.
Yeah.
So there are people who want to see me eat bleep on this team.
Is that right?
As if I won't enjoy eating that bleep if the Cavs are in the Eastern Conference Finals.
We got like the energy of a dead guy off this game tonight, though, and it's one of those deals. It's like, all right, it's fine. We'll keep talking about it, but it's interesting to me how this has gone down. It's game 5. It's a massive game.
Is this a legacy-defining game for Donovan Mitchell tonight in Detroit? And Quick Hits leads off with Eli Manning telling the truth about Peyton Manning in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Well,
on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right around 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Ashley Bastock coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk about the Browns, the schedule. The Browns really lucking out, missing out on any international games this year. We'll get her take on some of the Cavs stuff, as she's been covering the Cavs as well for Cleveland.com. However, let's get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. Hurry. It's Quick Hits.
All right, Eli Manning was on FanDuel TV and came up with the most annoying thing his big brother, Peyton Manning, does.
Peyton would have been a great wedding planner. He overplans everything to the point. I'm here in Nashville. He's having a birthday party tonight, and he's got like a little speech set up, and he's got some pictures. I guess he scripted what I should say at his speech tonight. Like, I'm scripted into his speech. He's
for
like,
his birthday party.
Yeah, I got a printout. It's like, here's what you say. Here's a picture we're gonna show. Like, any idea I come up with gets shot down anyway. So I've learned that also. It's like, if it's not his, if I have a really good idea, I gotta find a way to make it seem like it's his idea.
All right, one, that is very funny that he scripts his brothers.
it's a little ridiculous.
I bet it's
Also, I'd kind of enjoy it, though.
So you would do that for your siblings?
Not I would do it for my siblings. I would enjoy it if my siblings did it for me. Like, if they had a birthday party and they're like, here, we're going to print this out. You just say what's on the paper. It's going to make me happy if you say what's on the paper, and everyone will like it. Great.
Oh, that would annoy them.
Takes the pressure out of coming up with the script itself and then having to deliver it. I can read off of a piece of paper, fine.
My favorite thing is to improv in moments like that. I like, and because you just never know what reel is going to come up when you're in that moment and everyone's looking at you.
Maybe Peyton has realized Eli likes a little improv himself too.
Yeah.
Maybe he likes to go a little off script as well, and maybe it doesn't land as well sometimes.
I would punish someone if they tried to
no, I'd love it.
I would
take that burden away from me.
So uncomfortable.
Take the burden of writing it and coming up with it and doing all that. Take that away from me.
All right, so real quick, what's the most annoying thing one of your brothers does?
I feel like, so my little brother recently, he called me last Sunday, actually, and he was asking me for rangefinders with golf, because I golf a lot.
Yeah.
And he's like, do you have he's setting something up for his own deal. Well, long story short, for his job, he needed 4 different rangefinders, right? And he was like, so you just have 4 you can just send me? And it's like, no. And I was like, go on Amazon, buy them yourself. Don't do that. But he thinks that if he calls me, I'll just be like, of course I have this for you. Of course I can do this. I got you, man. I got you. I've done that too many times in life where I'll be like, I got you. Don't worry about it. And I'm like, no, it's for your work even. You expense that and you don't bother me with that.
My older brother, David, doesn't really annoy me in any way. But trying to get him out of his house to come to Memorial Day party, it's like the equivalent of asking someone for $1 million. He did, and I actually, the funny thing is, I am the same way. I never want to leave my house on the weekends. So it's me being an absolute hypocrite. But I asked him about Memorial Day. I was if he wanted to come over to the party, and he was like, I don't really have plans to leave the house. And I'm like, it's free food. It's free beer. I'm going to be there. So
show up.
You're not going to be mad that, and yes, there are going to be some people you don't want to talk about, but I'll be there to talk with. So you at least have a whoopee. You don't have to worry about, being a turdathon, but
a turdathon.
But again, I'm a hypocrite.
Is that close to the Toyotathon?
It's the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
spring sales event.
It's so funny.
Turdathon.
David and I, it's really funny. You probably noticed this with your siblings. We're so different individually. We're so similar to each other and then so different from each other. The one way in which David and I are almost the same person is, I don't want to do that. And we just have no problem saying it. And we have no problem just being like, I could do that. I'm not gonna.
So
I'm gonna do it instead. I'm gonna mow my lawn.
The only part that crushes me about not living in the same city as my brothers is I've watched the two of them. They now go golfing all the time together, and they have this great relationship. And I'm like, that could be the 3 of us. Yeah. We could have that, but I live so many hundreds of miles away, and so I don't have that, and that sucks for me. I hate that for me.
Omaha,
All right, NFL Comeback Player of the Year odds have come out. I'm not. All right, take a guess. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Take a guess on who you think the number one on the list is for Comeback Player of the Year.
I think because he's got the best odds to be the Browns starting quarterback. Is it Deshaun?
It is not, but I wanted to. We were going to do a Deshaun component to this as well.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes has the best odds. Patrick Mahomes
I'm a little
3-2.
embarrassed. That's a bad. That's
Kyler Murray second on the list, 11-2 plus 550 on those odds. But Deshaun Watson 25-1, and I thought that was very interesting. So that puts him as the 10th best odds.
it's good money.
If Deshaun has a great season, how is he only 10th? I mean, it's heavily weighted the idea he's not going to have that great season, I would imagine. That's got to be like the hiccup year. But if Deshaun is actually great, he wins that going away. There's nothing Kyler Murray or Patrick Mahomes can do.
But the problem is, the Comeback Player of the Year award is a narrative award, and there's still a narrative.
There's enough people that hate him.
I
enough
think
writers that'll be like, I'll vote for a dead person before I vote for Deshaun Watson.
While I think about 8 out of 10 NFL media members have decided they hate Shador's family more than they do the allegations against Deshaun from 5 years ago and the lawsuits from Deshaun from 5 years ago. So they've already made that moral deal with the devil. There's still 2 out of 10 that I think are just going to be like, 20 plus women. I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough vote.
Yeah, with real morals is what I'm saying.
But will they be able to resist the juicy part of the story that exists if he actually does resurrect what he was?
I don't think
6
they're going to see
years ago?
it's juicy.
They'll think it's juicy. It is unheralded what he would be able to do.
Did you just see the duck face that Mac had? He literally, I didn't know if a human face could do that. What was that, Mac? I wish you were on camera.
The amount of times that he keeps on using juicy to describe a Deshaun Watson comeback season, I don't know if I like that.
I actually like it.
Oh, it's hella juicy.
You've used.
What do you?
All right, I draw the line at hella. Okay, Gwen Stefani.
It's hella juicy.
Tripling down on it, I respect it.
Unheralded. I mean, think about it. We've never seen it in NFL history. Somebody be as good as he was, and then 6 years later, an absolute nothing burger, and then be able to come back and be awesome.
All right, but yet tell me about the thing that happened right in the middle of it. I think that's going to be. I think there's going to be just enough sticking points.
I'm with you that there's more people than not that'll be like, I will not vote for Deshaun if he wins the Super Bowl this year, and that might be too much of a hindrance. But if he wins 12 games and takes the Browns to the playoffs, I mean, there'll just be too many people that'll be like, this is a crazy story.
Also, the Mahomes component of this is insane. Come back from he got hurt.
He missed like 5 games in the year.
Oh, he was only really cool last year. This year he could be really, really cool. Bunch of chuds. My oldest kid, her generations, they're starting to call everybody chuds. I'm all in on that. That's the funniest damn thing. The San Francisco Giants outfield has been kindly asked by their front office to stop their dry humping celebration. So last night they did a ceremonial bow.
Yeah, I saw this.
Did the Giants do the right thing, pulling the plug on the hip thrusting celebration by the Giants outfield?
2 days in a row.
2 days in a row.
2 days in a row.
They're not the only people dry humping in San Francisco, I'll tell you that.
That's one way to put that. Yeah. That's a safe for air way to put that.
I didn't just say the word.
Way to salvage it.
Yeah.
The celebration didn't bother me in the slightest bit. I don't understand why Buster Posey got all up in his feelings about it.
The funniest thing about it is I saw one of my biggest pet peeves is when people see something on the internet and go, what am I supposed to tell my children about this? And my honest answer is, no matter what it is, how serious or insignificant it is, that's your job.
Or also,
the idea that you had to clutch your pearls of like, there are men bumping genitals in the outfield. It's like, I think you can see worse things in the streets of San Francisco.
I mean, I would take the approach that I take for bat flipping for so many years. It's like, yeah, all right, fine.
Is bat tipping.
If you make it, easy now. If you make it to Major League Baseball, do whatever the hell you want.
By the way,
do whatever you want.
Think of the 3 jokes that didn't get dumped there. Yeah. Now imagine the one that did. Just a slip of the tongue. Not talking about the celebration again.
Just line them up.
Also, the amount of just dry humping in baseball celebrations in 2026.
There is a lot of them. In the dugouts in particular.
Yeah.
That has become a real Mitch Kupchak thing that is happening consistently.
We have said that it's the zestiest NBA that we've ever had. Might be the zestiest baseball
and
we've ever
they're
had.
like leaning into it too.
They really are. They're like
it's-
real proud of it.
Well, think
it's like
about it.
Gravis Grundle.
I mean, I'm sure for many of us, the first time we ever got slapped in the ass was in a baseball dugout. There's a lot of tones that already kind of exist
Here's
within the
thing.
sport, and it's
I was
weird.
a really fun 12-year-old, so I don't think you should make that.
It's weird because I remember being like 13, 14 in a baseball dugout, getting slapped in the ass. This guy going up and down the dugout, just slapping everyone in the ass.
He wasn't even affiliated with the team.
My thought was like,
He was the local father.
Didn't even have a kid.
First thought was like, why is he the only one doing this?
From the local parish.
It's like,
Joke's on you, it was his neighbor.
What's Father Matt doing here?
just part of the team.
Yeah,
Just part
come
of
on.
real baseball.
We're all part
fan.
of God's
I'm
team.
Just a real baseball. His hat just says God. All right.
Oh, is it my turn now?
No, I think it's mine. I just don't know how we're going to safely transition from that. We're not going to. All right, that counts as mine.
Framing. Oh, man, none of these are as good as any of the things that we've previously done here.
There's no right way to do this.
All right, serious sports one, damn it. The Sixers have fired GM Daryl Morey, most overrated GM in history, with former Warriors GM Bob Myers leading the search to replace him. Head coach Nick Nurse will stay on under the new GM. If you're the new GM of the Philadelphia 76ers, is the first thing you do trade Joel Embiid?
I don't think you do it. I think you just live and die with what Embiid is. You need somebody that can more consistently shows up to work. I'll tell you that, though. I don't think they do it. You need to get rid of Paul George. You need to build around Edgecombe and Maxey and make that work, and then you need to find a way to get in a time machine, okay? And then go back and not have traded Jared McCain, and then there's a lot of different things. Find the time machine, and you got a chance if you're a 76ers GM.
If you found the time machine, would you go back and then just take anybody but Joel Embiid?
I'd go back and I would kick Daryl Morey straight in the apples, okay? I'd be like, you screwed me.
Is this a celebration
You screwed
thing?
me in a big. Hinkie screwed you over. You screwed me over in a big way. This is what this is.
I think this is your last chance to maybe get value for Joel Embiid. I understand the downside of it, but it's not. Most of the time when you're trading a superstar, you don't have an emerging superstar. They're ready to take over. They do. VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey. That's something you can win a lot of games with. You can't win a lot of games if Joel is playing 50 games a year, and you don't know if he's going to show up in a playoff series. And I love Joel Embiid. He is so much fun. He is the closest thing we've got to Hakeem. And I know I pissed somebody off by saying that. I think it was last week.
Yeah, we had a caller that waited online for like 15 minutes, and it's like when he came out, that was the comp.
And so but I come back to I think you have to, because I think if you wait a year, and it's another disaster, there's just no way in hell you're ever going to get anything for him, and you're just paying him $50 million, $60 million a year to do nothing.
Are we putting him in the same teams that we are talking about in the Giannis discussion? Obviously not Cavs. We're not doing maybe not obvious. Are we talking about Embiid for the Cavs?
I don't know. I don't think you do it. You can't. You can't have Harden and Embiid.
He's just so unreliable.
Yeah. And there's
It's a different story than Giannis. Giannis, I at least think, can stay healthy and be on the court.
But like if I was the Lakers, would I really think about pairing Embiid and Luka together? Yeah, that's the kind of swing you make. Would I? Honestly, the Clippers, even though I think they're going to trade Paul George. Yeah, Darius and Joel Embiid. I think there's 15 teams that should consider trading for Joel Embiid.
And yet it's going to end up being one of those like the Hawks or someone like that, or one of those type of teams.
I like the Wizards trading for Anthony
Wizards.
Davis.
I was thinking Wizards. Like Utah was also coming to mind as a team that would just like get too excited and make a trade early.
Joel Embiid in Salt Lake is all I've ever wanted in my life. All right, that is Quick Hits. When we come back, if James Harden and Donovan Mitchell already started the recruiting, let's get to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Sports. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
You can now stream The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 3 o'clock hour
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com. Coming up talking the good of the Browns scheduling as we found out they're not going to have an international game. I think it's 13 international games or 9. It's one of those two numbers. I don't know why I'm missing on that right now. The point is it's too many damn international games, but the Browns don't have one this year. And if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. We do have the latest game that has been put out there, a Thanksgiving Eve matchup, so more Wednesday football. We've all been asking for it. Packers versus Rams in Los Angeles. Kind of wish this game was in Lambeau.
Yeah.
SoFi's a really nice stadium.
SoFi's really nice.
And, really, really nice. Would love to go to a game there.
Do you need, snow for your Thanksgiving game? Is that the idea?
I do kind of like if we're doing premier games, primetime games. They're setting this up as a primetime game because it's the one game you got. I would like it in what I would consider a die-hard football town, which does tend to coincide with cold weather cities. Like LA's a stink fest of a town.
I thought you were for the dome with the dome discussions, though.
Oh, no, I am. I just wish it was retractable roof. Yeah. I ended up...
But you would never retract it when it's cold out and it's snowy.
I don't know about that. You can't say too much about that.
It would defeat the purpose of having a dome.
Well, no. The dome really, for me, is to make sure we can get Taylor Swift and we get the Foo Fighters this summer, but great concerts back. Maybe a little GNR concert at some point.
Oh, you see, the dome for myself is
You like to control the controllables?
I like to control the controllables.
Yeah.
I like the temperament, the temperature to be what it's supposed to be.
I think we
inside.
found out you like the controllables to be controlled for you.
Sure,
if entirely possible.
Yeah, well, especially when it comes to people writing things for me. Yeah, definitely. No, so this would upset you a little bit then. So when we have December games, you'll be fine with the idea that it's going to be closed roof. It's going to be perfect conditions. It's going to look like SoFi. I mean, I doubted the idea that we even have this translucent roof that we stole from SoFi in Los Angeles. The whole setup. I think people, when you watch a Rams game, is going to be very similar to how when you watch a Browns game, from the lighting perspective and everything.
It'll be an adjustment, but I knew that. I'm excited about the dome, but I know for me personally that there will be a part of me that remembers the Pittsburgh, Cleveland Thursday night football game where the Browns eliminated the Steelers from the playoffs, and they were handing out hand warmers, and people had to tell them, "Hey, don't put those down your pants because you're gonna burn your boo-boos."
Jameis Winston doing the Snow Angels after talking to Thursday night football.
Now, again, I can live with that because I can go, well, I think it's better to have a facility that you're going to use 365 days out of the year. I think there's going to be more better things to come out of there. But do I also understand that from the football side of it, yeah, there's going to be some part of me that misses that element of it. Not enough to stop the whole thing, but certainly
okay.
I will reminisce a little bit about
an
it.
acknowledgement that the aesthetic gets a little ruined for you.
Yeah.
That's okay. I never really, I don't think about the aesthetic in football that way. I don't. I think about it when we talk about the games, leading up to the games. The conditions matter a great deal, obviously. But when I'm watching on my TV and I'm sitting in front of my couch and maybe because I've really ruined a lot of this stuff for myself, where I really have the mindset, and this stays with the international games too, that I'm on my couch, I don't really care. They could play these things on the moon. It just doesn't bother me.
I still am a sucker for the ambiance. And so even in this scenario, SoFi, it's a beautiful place to watch a game. It's not always a great place for the ambiance of it because LA's not a good football town.
Sure, yeah.
And so it's interesting to me, when I think of Lambeau, I don't just think of outside, I just think of what a raucous environment. Even if I don't go down to the game, I want a raucous environment.
I'm trying to think of raucous environments of dome teams because it's
Minnesota.
Not. Well, Minnesota gets loud. Minnesota gets very loud. But why is it though?
Detroit,
when I'm thinking about it, there's some great football cities. Dallas is a great football city, but that place, Jerry's World, doesn't get rocking. Not nearly the same way that Minnesota's does. Houston, NRG Stadium. I've seen a million games there in person. That place, that was a funeral.
That's not good football. Well,
it's a great football city. It's not a great NFL city.
Yeah,
They're still working on the NFL side of things.
I think it's because they just never brought the Oilers back.
Yeah, it's a good football, great football city.
I think if
you college football just as good as anybody.
Instead of the Texans, if that was the
High school
Oilers coming
football's
back,
crazy. Yeah.
I think it would have been. It takes a long time to establish a completely new identity. What the hell are the Texans?
There is something to the Dome that, again, I like that you brought up Minnesota, because Minnesota does. They jam it in there, and they get the skull chants and all that, and they do everything, and it does feel loud. It feels big. But there's not many places across the NFL that feels big in a Dome stadium.
And to me, I just come back to, that's why I classify it as like football diehard spot. Minnesota is. Detroit is, which is funny because Detroit's had a lot of bad football. But historically, when Detroit has good teams, they get all the way behind them. Think back to the Wayne Fonts, Barry Sanders teams. Those people were freaking crazy.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think. Maybe it's because the teams have been bad, but the last 20 years, it's not. I've never thought of Detroit as having like a great fan base or great, not fan base, sorry, great environment, big home field advantage.
I think what people say about Detroit.
Part of that is Martha Ford's doing, though.
Oh, see, I was thinking it's the same thing with the Browns. Like, I think there are enough people who remember what Cleveland has been, but, like, how many times do we have people going, oh, there were, like, 6,000 people at a December
no, that's
game?
fair. That's fair, because the response back, if this conversation was happening in a different city,
yeah,
and then somebody brought up the Browns, we'd both be like, there's not enough people there to even judge us anyway.
Yeah.
So, like, that's not a great – what has been on the lake has not been a great sports environment.
But I don't really have anything left on this, but I was enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, I enjoyed it too.
Yeah, and I want it to continue, but I don't have a pivot.
That's okay. Yeah, so Packers.
Should we talk about
Packers,
spiders?
Rams. You want to talk about spiders? How about that PGA Championship?
Do we have a guest? Is a guest on the line, Mac?
Can we get a solid 6 minutes on the PGA Championship?
Do we have somebody
up?
from the PGA channel that we can get to
anybody
here?
at all? By the way, people are telling me that Matt Underwood for today's game has gone back to Angel.
Oh, girl. Finally, the truth is, because I was told I mean, you were also told, but I was told from somebody who would know that we have been saying it right the entire time, that is Angel Martinez.
Yeah.
And that for whatever reason, the baseball crew has switched it, but maybe they're not right. This is it's like fifth-hand information, but Angel himself has told someone who told someone who told someone who told someone who told us that it is Angel.
We're getting back. We're getting back. That's the point. We're getting back.
But Angel beating the Angels did nothing for me.
Is that right?
Angel beating the Angels
Maybe
did
this was the
something
attention drawer that we needed to it all, though.
That's true. You did. You did
I
this.
didn't do anything.
No. You called it out.
We didn't do anything.
You called out Matt Underwood and said that slob doesn't know.
Is that how I said it, huh?
By the way, Matt's going to be joining us on Friday. We'll have some fun with this.
He's great people.
We actually probably should ask him, is it Angel or Angel?
I mean, he was saying Angel all year, but he said Angel today, so here we go.
Can we all agree? Northern football in the NFL, better than Southern football. When it comes to college football, I give it away to the South. I do. The SEC. That's a different level of thing. I've seen a Georgia Tech, Clemson tailgate. It puts any NFL tailgate I've ever seen, including here, to shame. It is insane the kind of money and the kind of reach that it has. But when it comes to NFL, there's like three places I actually want, like three great football environments. There's nice weather to watch football in. If you want to go to Miami in October or Tampa Bay in October.
Sure.
But when it comes to the ambiance of pro football, the North does it a million times better.
I don't know why it just doesn't translate for some parts of the South, and I don't understand why. Like, you'd think even just the tailgating alone would be enough to get them going, and then, I'll bring Houston back in the equation. Houston had a tailgating scene. Mm-hmm. It was 1/20th of what the Muni lot is, though.
I will offer one theory to start. Kind of feels like it, in the SEC and that tailgating
they get wiped out. They get wiped out on Saturdays.
Yeah, it's really hard to do that twice.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
In the same weekend,
it is
repeatedly.
Well, especially when you get older.
Yeah.
When you're younger, you can do it.
Even at 25, it would have been a real B for me.
You think so?
It's a lot of money, first off.
Yeah,
and it's a lot of energy. And drinking like that 2 days in a row or eating like that 2 days in a row, no matter how old you are, it's not good for you.
Yeah, and if you have to make a choice between your favorite college team and then the NFL, they've just been doing college football at such a high rate. It's why I think it's why they're so sad that the Big Ten has dominated for the previous 3 years, because their identity is wrapped up in a way that in Big Ten countries it just isn't with the college programs.
And that's why the Big Ten, being the superior college football, dominate.
It's not even close now. I mean, it's been 3 straight years. This is it. They've overtaken the SEC.
It's so funny to me because I just know how pissed off. And it's not even just like your average Southerner. It's Greg Sankey. He takes it personally. The Big Ten football is better than the SEC the last 3 years, and that only makes it funnier to me.
Yeah. I'm curious to know if it's ever going to flip back.
Oh, it will. I think all this stuff ebbs and flows.
Yeah, but for a really long time, we knew why it flowed in the SEC's direction.
Because they paid and didn't get caught.
And they weren't shy about paying, and so it was obvious what was going to happen, and with the road that it was going to go down. And now that the checks and balances, so to speak, they've been put in place. I do wonder when is the SEC's version of Mark Cuban going to turn around and be like, oh, you need that much money for Fernando Mendoza? Sure, let's do that.
It could be the Texas A&M guy. That guy's crazy. Or the Texas Tech guy. That's who I was talking about, the guy from Tech. Even though that's
because the A&M guy, they spent way too much money already, and they got burned. They're one of the early adapters of we can spend our way out of this and do it, and then they had number one recruiting class after number one recruiting class.
You spent it on Jimbo Fisher.
It ended in nothing.
That's on you. If you spend it on Jimbo Fisher, you deserve that failure.
I mean, what kind of bag do you think Casey Concepcion got?
Ooh. Can we get him on now? I want to ask him.
In the NIL world, is that an out-of-pocket question?
I don't think so.
To try to figure out, hey, how much NIL money did you actually make?
There's no way it's an out-of-pocket question. Now, I think these guys love to tell people. Now we got to know. What did it take to get you from NC State to A&M?
$2.5 million in deals ahead of the 2025 season is what ChatGPT says.
Not bad.
$2.5 million?
Not bad at all. I could use that.
And then he's got major partnerships with 7-Eleven, Tops, Call of Duty, and Fanatics. It's crazy the amount of different things that you get attached to all this. By the way, great 7-Eleven campaign because they comboed it up with their "Always Open" slogan, and so Casey Concepcion, 7-Eleven, always open, and they put that as the that's pretty good.
But we'll occasionally drop a Slurpee.
Yeah, but that's. They're like, just hold on to the Slurpee, make it look good. He's like, I can't. This is part of my problem.
It's just that's where the drops came from. Too many Slurpees.
He's using Stickum to get the Slurpee to stay.
They've got glue and horsehair around it in the commercial.
And the director's like, no, it's just a trick I picked up. Just a trick. And Casey's like, will this work at the next level?
All right, that's pretty obvious. His hand is 3 feet away, and it just looks like it's in his hand. No, it's in his hand, I swear. Ashley Bastock, the cup, guys. Good Lord. Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you didn't make it to the home show, or you did,
On July 14th, Ashley Bastock of Cleveland.com joins Nick and JP next, talking Browns and the upcoming NFL schedule release. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere in the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Garman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got Albert Breer coming up in about 40 minutes. We'll talk about, obviously, the Browns, the quarterback position, but we'll also get into the schedule game here. We'll get into the international slate. Albert is intrigued by Taylon Green, the Browns six-rounder, and we'll get into the latest fallout of the Vrabel scandal and a lot of stuff here. But first, we head out to the Wise Heart Right. We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. She joins us every single Wednesday at 3:20. She joins us now. Cleveland.com's Ashley Bastock, not just on the Browns, covering some Cavs here recently as well. Ashley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. And you're right, we can talk about both teams this week, so plenty to go over. I'm sure we might even be able to keep it on the rails this segment.
Oh, why would you do that? You know that when you say these things,
I have
Ashley,
to bait you.
There's something.
I have to bait you.
No. We do. No, you don't.
It's just a standard no, I guess.
Yeah, I said no a lot there.
You did a lot.
Let's actually start with the Cavs because I know you've been covering these last couple games here. I actually am going to start here. 2-2, tonight's game 5. Just a prediction. Who do you think will win the series?
Can you hear the unsureness in my voice right now? Because it's so difficult for me to bet on this Cavs team until they win a road game. Like, that's what's making this so hard, is the fact that they haven't won a road game yet. And right now it is best of 3 with 2 of those 3 games in Detroit. I would make the argument that right now, I don't know, but I would have an answer after Game 5 tonight. I do kind of think whoever wins Game 5 and goes up 3-2, that team is going to come out on top. Like, I just think it would favor the Pistons in the sense that they do have that Game 7 home game they could rely on, even if they would lose in Cleveland. But the Cavs, if they pull it out and win tonight, then you're coming back home, which they, to me, in this series have looked like a different team at home. And I would argue the Pistons have looked like a different team in Cleveland than they looked like in the first 2 games in Detroit. So I really am leaning towards it's going to come down to who wins tonight.
Not a good enough answer.
Yeah, I'm actually going to wait until seeing who actually wins, and then I'll be able to tell you who I think is going to win, Ashley.
Oh, brother. You guys, you don't have any room for nuances on here.
Well, there's not nuance attached to what's play out. I mean, that's not.
By the way, the funniest part of this, Ashley, is Jonathan is the king of let's let this play out.
All the time.
I know. And who do you all think's going to win? You tell me who you think is going to win.
I think
It
the Cavs
depends
are gonna
on
win
who wins tonight.
Yeah.
You think the Cavs are for sure going to win?
Yeah, I think the Cavs.
JP is planting his flag and the Cavs going to win. But, I mean, I'm serious. Like, I can't say, yes, for sure the Cavs are going to for sure win this series when we're talking about a team that has not won a road game yet in the postseason.
I like that you stay. I like that you stay with this. Because like you could just be an easy homer with this. You could just say Cavs and then just be like, well, basketball credibility is shot, but I got football.
I know. I'd always have my Browns writing to fall back on, but no. I mean, I do. I genuinely believe that the Cavs have made it very difficult on themselves by not winning a road game yet. Right? Like that. To me, there's that old adage about the playoffs. Series doesn't start until someone wins a road game, and I guess by that standard you could say their first round series against the Raptors never started because no one won a road game. So we're still waiting for both of these teams here for this series to actually start. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Ashley, after Game 4, Donovan Mitchell shouted out a local breakfast joint. So I'm going to hear if you agree or disagree with this, because this is a fundamental core principle of Nick Wilson being Nick Wilson. Finding an incredible local breakfast joint or brunch joint, I will accept either, is a staple of quality adulthood.
A staple of quality adulthood? I would go yes, because like a good breakfast place is probably my favorite type of restaurant. Like breakfast might be my favorite meal, guys. Like I love a good breakfast. So I think if you can find the right place that has what you want, that has like a really good breakfast burrito, maybe some really good pancakes. I don't know. Those are typically what I go for. I think that's a staple of adulthood.
I was worried you were going to say avocado toast, and I was going to lose all. We bonded so well over this, and I was like, maybe if they have some rice cakes, and then we would just been the call would have been over.
Well, I do love some avocado toast as well, but I gotta, you gotta like zhuzh it up a little bit. You gotta put an over easy egg on there. You gotta get some good toppings. You gotta get some feta cheese. Like there are ways to zhuzh it up. I think.
You know what's slept on?
I could make you a good avocado toast, Nick Wilson. I could change your mind on this.
Actually, you know what's slept on? I love an acai bowl these days.
Oh, you know what? I think it's too much like a smoothie in a bowl.
That's kind of what I love about it. That's kind of you call that a bug. I call that a feature.
Yeah, we're just on opposite ends of the spectrum on that one.
Here's the problem with avocado toast. Avocado.
What's wrong with avocado?
It's like banana without the flavor.
That's an insane take.
No, it's got the texture of banana without the actual flavor of banana.
Do you like guac at all or no?
No, I will not guac it out.
You're out on guac too?
I'm out on guac. I'd actually prefer just a raw avocado chopped up over guac.
You're just slinging bad takes at me.
Consistent takes, I would say.
Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, Ashley.
We're going to discuss food later.
Yeah, who's the most intriguing quarterback in the Browns quarterback room right now for you?
What are we defining intriguing as?
Intriguing. I don't really. Do you want me
It's a loose definition.
Yeah.
All right. I know you want to be Miss Nuance here.
Should we pull up the dictionary.com version of?
When I have to define intriguing, it's a problem.
You can't ask me a question and not know what you're asking me.
Fair.
I gotta know what are we looking for.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to say.
Rephrase it.
Jeff, rephrase it.
Who's in command of this interview?
I know.
I hope your editor's a pain in the ass for you this week.
Rephrase it. Well, rephrase it, Nick. Damn
All
it,
right.
rephrase it.
All right.
Rephrase it.
Which quarterback in the Browns quarterback room do you find the most intriguing? Let's just reword it.
Intriguing, an
I
adjective
think
describing something that
definitely
arouses deep interest.
Slightly intrigued. Which quarterback do I find the most intriguing right now? I guess for me, I would have to stick with Shedeur Sanders just because here's the element. We still have only seen him make 7 starts. It's not a ton, right? And obviously, he is still one of the youngest guys in that room, and he's the one, closest to the starting job. We can assume from everything we've been told and seen this offseason. So, that being said, I think Taylon Green, I left rookie minicamp being obviously really interested in his size and how he can move and the physical traits and all of that. But there is still the developmental angle with him, and, I think you don't, in this instance, expect a 6th-round rookie to be your starting quarterback day one. So I think Shedeur still has that intrigue to me. I want to see more of the positive that we saw last year, but I want to see it in this Todd Monken offense that I think is going to be better suited for him. And that, to me, is the unknown that still exists with Shedeur is what makes him intriguing, coupled with the fact that, hey, he is so close to this starting job still.
Asher, I remember last year people left the early parts with Schlesinger being like, okay, he just looks like an NFL player. There's just nothing to debate there. He just looks awesome. And it was very obvious early. Was there anybody that looked very obvious early on that they look like they belong in the NFL from what you saw?
I think the two that I felt really passed that basic sort of eyeball test that, Carson was a guy who passed it last year, were Denzel Boston and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. When you see McNeil-Warren, first of all, both these guys are 6'4", right? I think McNeil-Warren closer to 6'3", but they're the biggest guys out there. Prototypical size for him at safety. Boston, I left wondering if, how much in terms of their lifting plans for him, how much weight they might potentially want him to add, because it looks like he has room on his frame to add some more weight and really be that big sort of red zone target that I think the Browns just have been lacking in their receiver room over the last few years. And, McNeil-Warren, I love the versatility that I think we saw. I would think that we're going to see a lot more 3 safety looks in this defense. And he, to me, looked like a guy that is going to be able to step in, be disruptive. And I thought Denzel Boston I was only at the Friday practice. I thought he did some really great things, looked consistent, looked the part. So that's one guy on each side of the ball for me.
All right, schedule-wise, we did find out no international games for the Browns this year. Is there a matchup you'd most like to see week 1 for the Browns?
Is there a matchup I would most like to see week 1 for the Browns? I don't have the non-division opponent list in front of me. Can you guys rattle any off for me here?
Falcons, Buccaneers, Saints, Jets, Colts, Giants? I got 6 off the top of my head.
Giants and Jets, yeah.
Yeah.
So, given the storylines, I guess the most intriguing week 1 would be the Falcons and Kevin Stefanski, and then I would follow that up with the Bucs and Baker Mayfield. Those to me feel like you think about week 1 and the possibility of storylines. I think the league always leans very heavily into that. I think back a couple years ago when the Browns hosted the Cowboys in week 1, there was a lot of talk around that game. Tom Brady was calling his first game. That's what I like to see out of my week 1 game. So I would say the Falcons for the Bucs right now would be my top choice for that week 1 slate.
Yeah, I love the drama attached to that. Nick was making the case yesterday, though, that he wants the Jets or someone like that, basically
an easy one,
basically a layup for the early part of the Todd Monken era.
Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, Nick Wilson, because we thought the Jets were going to be easy in 2025, and then the Browns gave up 2 special teams touchdowns. So be careful what you wish for in that regard is my answer.
They couldn't possibly do that twice in a row. Not the Browns.
We are talking about the Cleveland Browns.
Also,
I could remind you that.
Dustin in D.C. saying no avocado or guac. He's saying that I'm definitely not in the Juice It Up club.
Yeah, that is part of the Juice It Up club for sure.
Wait, I think she's saying Juice It Up. You said Juice It Up?
No. Go ahead, Ashley.
Judge it up. Yes.
What in the blue hell does zhuzh mean?
Like, add some extra stuff to it that I think I could get you to like avocado. But this was...
Juice it up a little bit.
This was before I knew you don't even like guacamole, so I think I might be out on helping you. I don't know if I got anything for you, Nick. You might just not like avocado toast, and I'm going to have to live with that.
You're saying it different than she is.
Juice.
No.
Juice it up a little bit.
We're saying the same thing.
No,
We're
you're the same
basically
thing.
saying the
I'm
same
doing a
thing.
hand gesture, too. That's if that helps at all.
Adds some emphasis? No,
I don't know.
She's saying zhuzh, and you're saying it like au jus.
I don't know. I mean,
Juice it up.
Just nitpicking a little bit. Well, you see, now,
that sounds different.
that's what happened when I got married.
We're having fun. Ashley, many people have said that they are. There's no way we're getting this thing.
Completely silent.
Yep.
No.
Can't you zhuzh up this interview at all?
I said no.
All right.
Are you guys okay?
We might have taken edibles or something. I'm not sure. I don't know. Mac, what'd you put in this drink?
All right. What's the difference in terms of your expectations? The Browns widely seen as having a top 5 easiest schedule. How much of a difference when you make your win predictions, your win projections, is it if you have the top 5 easiest schedule in the NFL versus top 5 hardest schedule in the NFL?
I mean, I think in terms of like how easy your schedule is, it plays a lot into my win projection. And, I've talked about this before. I think about the first 6 games last year when you had your 3 division opponents, you had 3 NFC North opponents that were all coming off of really good seasons, and you had an international game all within those 6 games, right? Like, it proved to be a huge factor. So I think sometimes we can get caught up in the schedule game, but I think I look at this schedule, right, and my colleague Mary Kay Cabot put up a story yesterday kind of looking at all of these things and in terms of how, like, easy the schedules are across the league and where the Browns rank. I also think it's interesting that I believe they're traveling the second fewest air miles this season in the NFL. Like, those things always play a big factor to me. I think people don't account for them enough, actually. And historically, in the last, 5 years, the Browns really have not been able to win on the West Coast. So the fact that they don't have to go there, they don't have to go overseas, I think they're definitely going to get maybe a handful, 2 or 3 more wins from me than I would otherwise if they had those other things working against them. So, I mean, I definitely think it matters. And in their case, maybe 2 or 3 more projected wins for me.
Ashley, strong stuff. Many people on social media are saying this interview was all your fault because you challenged us to the beginning, and then we wilted from it. So way to zhuzh up the interview here, but we appreciate you.
Guys, this is why I'm a reporter. You got to push back a little bit and ask some hard questions. And I asked you a hard question, Nick Wilson. There you go.
You asked me to define what intriguing means. That's an
intriguing
impossible question. I'm not Google yet. Ashley, be good.
Sorry, Nick.
It's all right. I don't forgive you. Ashley Bastock there hung up immediately.
Yeah, well.
Over it. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. You know you were saying shush it up differently.
We
right?
were a lot today.
Okay, we were.
We were a lot today.
I think she was a lot. The 3 of us together were a lot today.
It was a lot for a lot of
Yeah. Hopefully the audience enjoyed it, though. And if not, on to the next segment. 216-474-00921. We'll react to what Ashley had to say there and talk about the lack of travel and what that means for the Browns in 2026. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. We're all looking for a contractor we can
Call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Make the Fan your go-to for post-game reaction throughout the Cavs postseason. Jake Volnick breaks down the game.
We still got a lot to prove.
And you'll hear from head coach Kenny Atkinson.
We just stay calm, cool throughout, right? Understand we've been here before.
Donovan Mitchell and others. As soon as the final buzzer sounds, we're your home for post-game reaction. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Albert Breer coming up in about 10 minutes here. Nick and JP back with you. We'll react to our conversation with Ashley Bastock at Cleveland.com coming up in the lead at 5. Because we do have to talk about the game that just went final. Guardians finishing off the sweep of the the Angels today. Angel Martinez, and that is his real name, led off the game. 7th home run of the year. Quality start by Parker Messick, who had some moments where it looked like he was about to get derailed, didn't get derailed. This is a really nice win for the Guardians because there was a point where I thought, this is clearly the game the bullpen blows.
They just continue to dominate the Angels. Good sign by Messick. The important part here, though, and this is what I think is interesting. So Angel leads off, has the home run that you talked about, has some quality at-bats. DeLauder is actually in the 3-hole today, and J-Ram's in the 2 spot. But what's interesting about it is that, Quan there's a day off tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're benching Quan. That's not the idea here. But, that seems – was that a trial run that we just witnessed? They did this earlier in the week, too, but it didn't happen before. It didn't happen before a day off.
So I do think that they're getting comfortable with Angel at the 2 spot. And I also think the fact that they're pushing Hosey up to the 2 spot tells you, hey, we're going to try and find a way to get Hosey going too.
Well, so that's another thing. Hosey, remember, he did a little bit of that. Was it last year?
I think it was the last 2 years. I feel like we've had his 10-game auditions the 2 previous years.
But then he didn't like it, and he was the one who was like, all right, we tried it, but I want to go back. I feel better in the 3 spot. Is this Hosey just trying to maybe get something going, as you mentioned? I'm not sure, but he's been
them trying to get him going.
It's interesting. They're changing around this lineup, but I just think when you have an off day tomorrow, to give Quan then 2 days off to maybe get his head right or figure it all out. That you don't typically see that on May 13th.
I mean, even if this is just, hey, you gave him 2 days off in a row, even if he comes back as the leadoff guy on Friday, it's still noteworthy because these are the kind of things the Guardians tend to do before. You wouldn't do it if he was playing good ball. Yes,
that's the
exactly.
point.
And so you are correct. The Hosey thing is still. I would love to know whether this was Hosey going to the Guardians and saying, maybe I'll get a couple extra fastballs in front of Lauder, right? Maybe I want to get jump-started,
it's gotta
or whether they went to him.
Well, when Hoskins in the 4 spot, you're not getting much protection there if you're Hosey, so maybe that is part of the equation.
And, being sandwiched in between Angel Martinez and DeLauder right now is as good as you're going to get. Those 2 guys, I know Schneeman's been very good too. Bazana's had it. I'm not trying to downgrade anybody else, but the 2 most consistent players offensively you've had this year are DeLauder and Martinez. That is, if you're trying to jumpstart somebody or whether somebody's trying to jumpstart themselves, this is how you would do it.
Nice 2-hit day for DeLauder. Nice 2-hit day for Bazana. The younger players, they came through in a big way today.
It is funny. I don't look at the offense as the weakness that I think some people do. It's not been consistent, and I think that is fair to say. They haven't consistently locked into we're going to be a high-powered offense. But I think they've shown flashes through 44, 45 games. They're hey, more at-bats, more time. Maybe if Bazana can kind of continue his swing up here and continue getting on base and making a difference. I think they actually, where in previous years you've looked and been they're kind of fits and starts, but they don't really have it. They've got the talent to come around to being a really nice offense this year because they're doing all of this without Hosey, not without Hosey, but without Quan,
without Hosey
with
hitting well.
Vintage Hosey.
Yeah, he's not hitting well. They're 27th in slugging percentage for a reason. They're 27th in batting average for a reason. The collective still is not good enough. The weird part about this is that first 4 weeks of the season, they actually were outperforming what you typically saw with the Guardians offense. And now we've just kind of come back down to all their numbers are where they've been the previous couple years, which is just not – you're not going to win at a high enough clip. You're just not.
And it is feast or famine. Tonight's kind of the rare spot where it's 7 hits, 4 runs.
Yeah.
But you got 2 runs on 13 hits. You've got 10 runs on 13 hits.
That is how they kind of go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. And so now they're 30-4 against the Angels?
Mm-hmm. The Angels are.
Run.
That is just the slump
It's
buster.
just an insane run.
If you need, they're okay. So the A's were that for a minute because there was the long rebuild. There are the White Sox for some teams have been that, but I just don't think there's a safer slump buster in baseball than the Angels because there's just no more listless. I should say the American League, but there's no more listless franchise in the American League than the Angels, who continue to just exist.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you could script up, hey, coming out of a rough stretch, what do you need? Give me 4 against the Angels. Every time I'd take it.
They've been bad for so long now. I mean, it's been Mike Trout's entire career, but at least when it was Trout and Ohtani, you could look at it.
It was watchable.
They made little runs there, but it was still just never. It was never going to be enough. What a sad display. I can't imagine. There's a lot of fan bases I would just never want to be a part of.
Yeah.
The Angels it's got to be near the top of the list.
Yeah, because also it's not a good baseball town.
No.
Yeah.
And you're second fiddle in town as is.
Like Colorado, really good baseball town. They just have bad ownership.
Correct. The ownership doesn't spend enough money.
You can hang at Coors Field.
It's a good. In fact, it's one of the best atmospheres in baseball.
Yeah, and Colorado's stinking beautiful.
Well, they built
like
a bar that just happens to have a ballpark around it. They were one of the pioneers of let's do every bar and restaurant in the city. Let's copy it, put it in here, and let's have a good time.
And the ganj was legal there first, so you can get a little bit of tree, a little bit of booze,
a little bit of tree,
a little bit of 3-hit Rocky action.
Yeah. What is 3-hit Rocky? You mean like Rocky, like the fighter, 3-hit Rocky?
No, I mean like the Rockies were so bad that even at Coors Field
Rockies.
They had bad offenses.
Here, my dodo brain was like, is he coming up with a fun term for weed I'd never heard of? We call that one a 3-hit Rocky.
Actually, been there. Other people would say, not me. Albert Breer, MMQB, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This
On sports news every 20 minutes. Ready on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
I hope somebody brings a succulent.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. See if we can get Albert Breer here on the show. Tried to get him yesterday. We didn't have that, but we worked out today. So We'll see if we can get Albert on today's show. Obviously, we're still kind of getting the NFL scheduling details trickling in here. We mentioned the Packers-Rams Thanksgiving Eve game earlier. The international slate came out today. The other big bit of news that came out, and actually from Adam Schefter about an hour ago, that Season 3 of Quarterback is coming to Netflix in mid-July. And the quarterbacks are Baker Mayfield, Joe Flacco, Cam Ward, and Jaden Daniels. I think you and I are both surprised that when Mac kind of read the quarterbacks to us, and Mac's reaction was not impressed. I get it's not Mahomes. I actually think this is about as interesting as you can possibly get for quarterbacks that aren't involving Mahomes or Josh Allen or something like that.
I'd cut out Flacco in a second, but outside of that, I'm right there with you. Baker's obvious. That's box office.
Yeah.
No one's going to deny that. Jaden Daniels is entirely fascinating. I'm Cam Ward. I want to know more about Cam Ward. It's odd. He's the number 1 overall pick. He played a whole season last year in Tennessee, and I feel like I know as little about Cam Ward as I did when he entered the draft, and that's not great for Cam Ward. He needs to be doing, there's a reason why he's doing this show is because people like me, and I'm heavily involved in this, don't know much about him. How does the common fan think?
I like when these shows, the first couple of years it just felt like, hey, quarterback, you'll like it. You know, like, hey, it's an NFL quarterback. It's based around this. And then it was hit or miss. It was, well, Kirk Cousins really kind of hit it out of the park here. I think the next year Kirk didn't really hit it out of the park. But, like, for this, it's like...
I was calling him Football Flanders from day one, by the way.
I remember you liking some of the content from the first year, though.
No, I did like the content.
But in the second year was really boring.
I liked a lot of the content in year one. The Marcus Mariota stuff was fascinating to me. But the Mahomes stuff, the deep dives with Mahomes was great. I like this type of television.
I thought the Mahomes stuff was the worst stuff.
Oh, no.
Because it's just such a nothing burger.
Oh, no, I liked a lot of the Mahomes stuff. I liked even like his workout routines and the little thing, and like them going through the different fast foods. There's things about Mahomes that I didn't know that I learned and I liked, right? But the point is, I like these type of shows, though. I do. I tend to like these. You're right about season 2. Season 2, for someone that likes these type of shows, did not grab me nearly the same way.
But I like the fact that like Flacco is he is a personality, even if it's just a dry.
I know, but I'm kind of spent on the Flacco stuff.
Is it because we had Flacco?
I think so. I think so, and I don't know. Like, do Browns fans still have a soft spot for Joe Flacco in their heart? I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
But
I do.
Maybe it was like the profile that Aditi did with Flacco, where it was like him and his kids and everything like that, and it's like I feel like I know that story. I don't know what they're gonna.
You're out on Flacco's kids instead of Joe.
It's not the kids that I have a problem with. It's the idea that I feel like I don't know that they're going to uncover anything more than what like Aditi did in that like 15 minutes and that segment that she had, because it was like, all right, you're a great dad. I get it.
Then maybe in this one we find out he's not a great dad.
I believe in you, Joe.
That'd be a nice swerve.
You're an upstanding citizen, and you say nice things about people.
He's also from Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the suggestion there?
They're right. They're from the same area. They talk the same language.
I like Joe, but like, what's the most interesting thing? Like Joe eating alone at a restaurant by himself and saying he likes that is like the most interesting thing for Joe Flacco in the past year.
Fair.
It's going to be Football Flanders 2.0. And I just don't know. I just don't know that I need that. I just don't know. I don't know that I need that in my life.
I'm kind of like you though. I'm kind of intrigued by Cam Ward and seeing what Cam Ward might. Just because I actually think that could be a team. I actually think Cam Ward in a new context with Dable there, with some of the stuff they did around him, might actually be interesting. I don't know they'll be good.
Yeah.
Like maybe their good is all right. We're going to go from getting the 4th pick to the 12th pick. But at least I could see that being a momentum team.
I hope there's a lot there. So, like, when he went through the draft process, he did a lot of videos with Shedeur, and you could tell it was Shedeur just trying to basically, I don't know what Shedeur's end game with it was, but, like, the videos he did with Shedeur, I thought he came off as one of those guys that is just an incredibly hard worker, and that's fine. That's good. I want you, as my quarterback, I want you to be that. I want you to be an incredibly hard worker and as boring as possible. That's not great television, though. You be like getting up at 5 a.m. and then working out all day and then studying tape is just like, that's why the Tom versus Time thing was a big snooze fest. It was Tom Brady shutting off the lights in every room of his house except for the one he was studying tape in for 7 hours. Like, how do you make that interesting?
Well, that and Tom Brady's a big old snooze fest there. So that is the quarterback roster for quarterback season 3. Still working to get Albert Breer on the show. I thought it was interesting. CBS Sports, while we are on the precipice of the schedule release tomorrow, and can't wait for that one. Can't wait for the schedule release videos, right? I'm sure at some point today, at least one thing will trickle out about the Browns thing, right?
I don't know about that.
I feel like we get one thing. I don't think we get a lot. I'm not saying we get week 1, but I always feel like we get something, and then we spend like 40 minutes, and then we're like, oh, we just talked about one singular NFL game that's like November 12th for like an hour.
I think not getting Paris was our one thing.
I'll take it. You know me. I just international games not for me.
What a joke of an organization that reported it was the Browns. I don't even know a foreign organization that reported it was the Browns Saints in Paris.
Yeah.
What a whiff on that one was. Huh?
I don't even know who it was. I didn't even bother to remember their name.
It's like they have like 2 million or 1.2 million followers. Like one of the like their version of, like, you know how our Yahoo Sports or whatever it is. Like their version of that is the ones that got it just incredibly wrong.
Did they call it Le Bleacher Report? Le Report from La Bleacher.
And the header's just Wemby's face. I don't know. Maybe.
And Andre the Giant, because he's a god to them. But CBS Sports did basically one wish for every NFL team on their schedule release. And it was the most basic. You could tell, like, I think they used ChatGPT to do the Browns.
Yeah.
Because it was the same thing that I've seen for, I feel like, most of the time growing up. Not growing up, but over the last couple of years. Open at home against an AFC North team.
Yeah.
If you
really went out of the box on that one.
If you used a wish like that with the genie would be like, I'm not doing that.
Also, why do we want that?
Yeah, well, that's a really good point, just because we're perceived to be the worst team in the division.
We're perceived to be it, and until I think there's a chance we could be better than the Steelers. I don't know what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. The whole thing's a mess, but I'm really interested in what happens to the Bengals this year. And I don't know that the Bengals are going to be the greatest team we've ever seen because they still don't have a defense. But we talk about, like, how much does this play the idea that the Browns are going to have an easier schedule and less flight miles and everything else. The Bengals have the same thing that we have.
Yeah.
And like a team that would benefit of that, you have Joe Burrow on your team, schedule matters to Joe Burrow. Getting that type of schedule matters to Joe Burrow.
I will tell you, we've had success early in the season against the Bengals.
Miles in that game where he kept Joe Burrow to under 100 passing yards.
I don't know.
And did the crossover right before then basically just going straight after him.
I think the Bengals did more this offseason to fix that defense than they have in a while.
Yeah.
I don't know it's going to be a great defense, but it might be a good enough defense, which, again, probably means they don't really want to see them at home week 1.
I would buy up all the Bengals stock if somebody let me that I possibly could.
I think you'd get good money on that.
The way that this thing is broke and the way that the schedule is broke and how everything is set up for them, like, he's exactly the type of team with Joe Burrow to have a good season. If he can stay healthy, of course.
All right, so CBS Sports' one wish for the Browns' schedule is to open at home against a AFC North opponent. Do you have one wish for the Browns' schedule release?
By the way, Albert's going to do 420. Looks like 420 for Albert.
I'll take your word for it.
We'll believe it when we see it.
No, we got Albert in 10 minutes.
There we go.
So is there a wish that you would have?
I want to face Stefanski early. And the reasoning behind that is I want the storyline to still matter, and I want people to care about the vengeance side of things with Stefanski. And I think if you get to him early, the idea that Monken, and listen, maybe it goes great with Monken, and so then Stefanski's an afterthought. But I don't want the vibes to be, man, we really let Stefanski go. If like week 7 or week 8, Monken's just not off to the best of starts, and maybe Stefanski's winning a couple games, I don't want it to feel like that's the guy that should be coaching us, when I just don't feel like he should be the guy that's coaching us.
So it's tough with the Stefanski thing. I can see. So the scenario you're setting up is maybe the Falcons start 4-2 or 5-2, and you're a 2-5 team. And then you lose. That would be a rough look for the Browns. At that point, though, you'd still just be 2-6 to me. You know what I mean? Like, I think the Browns have. When I say Browns, I mean I think we have more to gain in the breakup this year on playing Stefanski than he does at getting over on us, because everyone already thinks Kevin was the winner of the thing, and that the Browns were the loser, and that the Browns were unjustified in firing him.
That can flip so easily, though.
Yeah, but if the Browns win, if they lose,
that's a part of it.
If they lose, Kevin was okay. That's fine.
I know, but it'll feel like one big, almost like victory lap over the Browns. If Stefanski is off to a hot start and the Browns are just kind of treading water, it'll feel as if I think the perception there would be then, not only did Stefanski really luck out getting away from the Browns, but look at how he's thriving. And I just don't need that 3-hour rubbing dirt in my face TV extravaganza.
It's interesting. Kevin Stefanski beating the Browns this year will just impact none of my thoughts on him. Now, if he goes to Atlanta and he has a 4-year stretch that is more consistent than Cleveland, all right, then Kevin wins the divorce. But my headspace just isn't there. Even with the Baker stuff, like, it's been so long with the Baker stuff now.
We've only played Baker the one time.
But you've already had it's not like the first time you played him. Two, I kind of look at Baker and I go, I root for you when you don't play my team. When you do play my team, I root for you to lose, and that's kind of it.
I guess the difference there is I don't root for Stefanski. I root for Baker.
I would agree on the Stefanski thing.
I root for Baker. You're right about that. I do. I hope he has a lot of success in life. I hope that I don't know what I was going to go for him after this year with that contract and everything with Tampa Bay. But I hope he gets another big one after this year because he plays well. All that stuff. With Stefanski, no part of me is like I want to see him win 10 games.
I think my one wish, I want to give me week 1. Because I'm already the guy who burger bet with Daryl that the Browns are going to make the playoffs this year, right? While a lot of people are late converts to this, I saw the potential for this offseason setting up well for them. And in fairness to Andrew Barry and company, I think they've knocked down every pin that I thought you might be able to outside of quarterback. And I feel like I'm the most bullish guy on this team. I think I have them at about 8 wins right now, but in the NFL, 8 wins can be 10 wins very quickly. Can also be 6 wins very quickly. So, I want that gimme. After week 1, I want to see, guys, I want to take a little mini victory lap that Monday after week 1.
Sure. It was fun to know. I've had him at 7. I actually said 7.5 is where I settled at because I like the half. I like to be able to move it that way.
Yeah.
I did not realize the morning show Ken had him at 6 this morning. So if I'm at 7,
Mr.
7.5, you're at 8. I didn't know. That's whew.
Yeah.
Homer Central out of these two guys right here.
Well,
how about us?
Kind of right on the,
how about us?
Cleveland show here. 216-474-0092. What's one wish? Or what's your one wish for the Browns schedule release? What do you want to see out of the schedule most? Albert Breer, MMQB, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
But Andy,
Jeff,
a 24-0 run in a playoff game. That's stunningly fun.
it was a combination of all the frustration you've watched from this team for the past, past couple weeks at least, and then seeing Detroit not be able to hit a bucket.
Baskin and Phelps, weekday mornings starting at 10. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got a lead coming up in about 40 minutes. Daryl Ryder coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll talk little Cavs Pistons game 5. We'll also get to some Browns talk with Daryl as well. But we head out to the Weishart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on of the MMQB, Albert Breer, joining us one day ahead of the NFL schedule release. Yeah. Albert, welcome to the show, buddy.
Hey, guys, what's happening?
Not a whole lot, just waiting on this damn schedule. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm done fighting. Like, I just, everybody makes such a huge deal out of this. And, I this is one thing that I don't, really do a ton of reporting on until, the actual schedule itself comes out. It doesn't get me fired up the way it gets other people fired up. But that's okay, to each his own.
So I actually think you're kind of on the right show for this because we analyze stuff. And listen, it's been a slow offseason, so we'll take just about any bit of breaking news that you got.
Yep.
But I think you're in the correct thing on this. I think the most interesting thing is strength of schedule and how that plays out. So you might be the right guy to ask about this because I think you probably care about this too. If you're a team going into an offseason or going into getting ready for the season, how much tangible difference do they see between having one of the 5 hardest schedules on paper and one of the 5 easiest schedules on paper?
Yeah, I've come around on this a little bit. Last year sort of was the one that got me because if you go back 2 years, the Commanders had a really favorable draw, I'd say, and they wind up winning 12 games sort of out of nowhere, make it to the NFC title game. And, they wound up with, I think, a favorable playoff draw because of it and everything else. And then, coming back last year, I had, a little bit of an argument with one of the big radio hosts up here, Mike Felger, on where the Patriots ceiling was. And I really felt like they weren't going to be much better than 10, 11 wins. And he said, well, look at the schedule. And I'm like, well, yeah, but the teams like the Panthers and all these teams here, those are their peers. And I just say this, it didn't take much for them to level up, and get to 14 wins. And then, the depth of the conference wasn't what we thought it was going to be. Joe Burrow gets hurt, Lamar Jackson gets hurt, Patrick Mahomes gets hurt. And the makeup of the conference was different than we thought it would be. The schedule was a layup for them, and they get to a Super Bowl. So I think it does matter, but we already know who the opponents are. The other thing about it is, with some of these teams that have the easier schedules that might be looking at a turnaround, I also think it's starting to make a difference in, the amount of 1 o'clock Sunday games you have, just in that it allows you some more normalcy where – some of these other teams are getting thrown in a blender, and they're playing on Wednesdays and Thursdays. And, I know there's one team that everybody's going to see tomorrow that I believe is going to wind up playing on 6 of the 7 days of the week, And so the better a team you are, the more likely that sort of thing is to happen to you. And, if it does happen to you, then I think it's going to take a toll on your team. Whereas if you're playing on Sunday at 1 most weeks, there's going to be less wear and tear, especially when your schedule isn't as difficult. So that's sort of where I stand on that. I do think it can make a difference.
Yeah, and Albert, last year the Browns we had no primetime games, and I think everyone's trying to figure out how many we will have this year. There's a couple really interesting games potentially on the docket. A return game against Baker Mayfield is interesting. A game against Kevin Stefanski is interesting. But does it matter to you from a broadcast perspective? Do you think it matters to them in scheduling this if it's Shedeur versus Deshaun, or is that really not going to come into play?
I sort of think they're both interesting. You know what I mean? Now how good they're going to be, we'll see, but they're both interesting, and I think they'll at least both be something to watch. They'll give you something to watch in a game that involves the Browns. And, just looking at their opponents, could they be playing on a Thursday against the Bengals or the Ravens or The Texans. I mean, the Falcons, like you said, there's the storyline there. Same as with the Panthers. I could see something like that happening for sure. So my guess is they wouldn't go 2 years in a row without another primetime game. My guess is they would probably shoehorn the Browns into one of those Thursday night slots, but we'll see what happens.
Albert, avid reader here. First time, long time. I did notice you called yourself intrigued by Peterlin Green in Cleveland. Please elaborate.
Yeah, so I think this is more about like kind of where the Browns are at with their coach, and I really think it's a fascinating thing when you look at the variety of quarterbacks that Todd Monk has worked with. And I know, that's sort of like relatively well known, but until I really kind of went back through his history and saw like all the different types of quarterbacks he's worked with, I mean, it's really interesting. You can go back to the first time he was in the league, and he worked with David Garrard in Jacksonville. He's a receivers coach, but he's on that side of the ball with him. Then you go to Oklahoma State. He's with Brandon Weeden. Then you go from Oklahoma State to Southern Miss. He was actually with Nick Mullins. You guys remember him?
Yeah.
There. Then Tampa. And in Tampa, he was with Jameis Winston. In Cleveland, he's with Baker Mayfield. And then at Georgia, he won 2 national titles with Stetson Bennett, and then to Lamar Jackson the last couple of years, So I just think, like, you look at, like, that variety of quarterbacks, and it's like, this guy's got, like, a lot of clubs in his bag as far as how to build an offense, And so even if it's just in the preseason, I mean, he's got this avatar of an athlete, I mean, it's people probably aren't going to believe me when I say this, but, like, he's probably the most gifted guy in that quarterback room right now, just from a physical standpoint. And that he's 6'6", and he runs. He ran like a 4.3 something, right? Like something like that. So he's the most gifted athlete in that room right away. And so, I mean, I think it at least could keep it fun during the preseason. I don't know how much he's actually going to play when it counts, but I think it's interesting all the way around.
Yeah, it was a 4.36 40. I think it was the second fastest time for a quarterback in combine history, trailing just Michael Vick. So, like, I mean, there's a lot there that they could obviously attach themselves to. But then it goes back to the obvious question: like, if he's this physically gifted and he's this and he's so great in all these areas, what happened?
Because one coach said to me that, like, before the draft, that if you're sitting with him in the living room and you ask him to throw it to you, it's apt to go through the window. So, like, I mean, like, I mean, like, I think that's really what it is. I mean, and look, like, sometimes that stuff can be fixed, you know what I mean? But it's hard. Can you teach a guy to be more accurate? You can clean up some things with his delivery, his feet, all of that. It's not impossible, but it's not all that common. So, I think at this point he's still looked at like a guy who's, a more talented athlete than he is a quarterback. And, he was at 2 different schools and played a lot of football. And so the fact that he's still at this point where he looks raw as a quarterback would maybe be an indication that's just who he is at this point.
Albert, I'm gonna use the Browns as the basis, but I can give you an example. After going through the entire offseason, I'm actually secretly impressed with what the Bengals have done on defense, and it started to challenge the notions that I had even through like free agency. Like, I look at the whole body of work and I think, oh, they might have gotten close to where they need to be. So to then spin that forward to the Browns, I know the Browns weren't necessarily hopeful they could upgrade on the quarterback spot, but do you think the Browns have enough talent to win in spite of the quarterback position after what they did this offseason?
I think this is another year for them of developing young talent, of building assets, and I think that's going to be kind of an ongoing thing, and continuing to invest in the future. And, so look, I think on the field what that means is really kind of pouring into Mason Graham and pouring into Harold Fannin and pouring into Carson Schlesinger. And, like now, of course, like on offense, you've got 2 young receivers, Casey Concepcion and Denzel Boston, and Spencer Fano at left tackle. And so, I think the hope is like, and look, I give them credit because like you look at what's happened in Pittsburgh and kind of where Pittsburgh keeps doubling down on an aging core. like I give the Browns some credit for like looking at it and saying like, okay, the Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward core has sort of started to age out. So like instead of just spinning our wheels, let's try to get younger and let's invest in younger players across the board. They got younger on the offensive line, way younger on the offensive line. You know, I think they continue to get younger on defense, you know, and this is like, by the way, guys, like part of the reason why I've said for a while now I would look at trading Myles Garrett. Like, I think that's where they're going. You know what I mean? Like, is they're going towards a future that's going to be built around those younger guys, you know? And so I still look at it like this is going to be a year of development. This is going to be a year where you're going to continue to pour into the guys that contributed for you last year and pour into the rookies. And you hope, you know, by the end of the year, there's a pretty bright light at the end of the tunnel. And maybe at that point, you know who your quarterback is going forward, or you've at least got like the core of something that's going to be nice for a young quarterback to step into, especially if some of those young guys in the offensive side of the ball develop.
Albert, past couple of days, it feels like the players wanting high-quality grass fields convo has popped back up again. J.C. Treader has been obviously at the head of this, and with the FIFA World Cup games coming around, it gives him reason to tee off here. What do you see? Do you see the advantages of the conversation, or do you feel like – because there's some games, Albert, you watch, like the Steelers games, for instance. Some of these fields really are bad. I get what they're saying, but is something actually going to happen here?
Let me ask you this. How many teams – in the NFL, when the weather's nice out, are practicing on turf?
None of them. They're all grass.
Right. And that's even though, okay, like follow me here. Mm-hmm. That's even though these are the same coaches that will simulate crowd noise at practice, right? That will simulate environmental conditions. They'll take them inside a bubble and turn the air conditioning down or the heat up to try to simulate the weather that they'll be going into. Like, these coaches do everything they can to acclimate the players to whatever environment that they're going to be playing in, yet they're not doing it for the playing surface. Why do you think that is?
The danger.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if what the NFL is trying to sell everybody is true, then it wouldn't be 32 out of 32 teams practicing on grass every single chance that they get. You know what I mean? And that's the problem I have with the NFL with some of this stuff. It's the same thing as like where they're moving all the television like so many of the broadcasts into like areas where you have to pay for them. I mean, it's just like, just tell us what it is. These are all money-making decisions, you know, like these aren't about player safety or giving the fans a better product. Like, don't lie to us. You know what I mean? Like, this is what this is. Okay. And this goes back 25 years. When the Browns Stadium was built, how much did it cost? Do you guys remember?
Wasn't it just over $1 billion?
Here? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was less than that. See, I think like the Browns Stadium was like $300 million or something like that.
I know.
Yeah.
I just saw recently, like I know NRG Stadium when they opened was like $350 or something like that.
280 to 290 million.
That.
Oh, I was way off. Okay.
Right. Okay, so $350 for NRG Stadium with a retractable roof, right? In 2002. 6 years later, Lucas Oil, which is sort of a similar stadium, cost almost $800 million in Indy. Then 2 years after that, MetLife opens, and this is in New Jersey, so it's a little different, but $1.6 billion, right? And now every stadium that opens is over $1 billion. So, like, basically, like, the owners, the cities, all these people have decided, you know, it's not worth, like, we can't build a stadium and then just have it there at that cost for 10 football games. So you jam a zillion events into the stadium, right? You're trying to do everything you can to monetize the stadium, which they should be doing, right? Mm-hmm. And then you realize that grass can't hold up in that environment, right? So grass can't hold up in that environment. So what do? Do you spend more to fix the grass and to do more to try to find a way for the grass to work, or do you just lay turf down? Most of the teams have decided that they're just going to lay turf down. Well, I mean, to me, like I look at the Packers, right, and you have no owner who's pocketing the difference, right? They're playing in Green Bay, Wisconsin. They rarely have issues with their surface. They pay for the surface that they have over in England that the Premier League teams play on, called Grassmaster. It's a hybrid surface. It's very expensive to maintain. You have to replace it a lot, but it works. But it's expensive, right? And so the Packers are pouring that money back into their football team. The Bills, right? Like Buffalo isn't going to have a ton of ancillary events. And so Buffalo's made the decision, we're going to pour back into the football team, and we're going to pour back into the football stadium for the football players. So they're grass. Meanwhile, in Charlotte and Nashville, you have outdoor stadiums with turf. How does that make any sense at all? It doesn't, right?
It doesn't, yeah.
Well, the reason why is because in those places you have owners who are, again, like focused on taking home the difference and what they'll save for the turf over grass. I want you guys, I'll give everybody out there, a homework assignment here. Google Bernabeu Stadium in Madrid and look up the field surface there and what they did to make grass work at this stadium, which I believe is the home to Real Madrid. That's where the NFL is playing now. They have like a field that's retractable that goes underneath the ground and has grow lights and watering and all that stuff underground. I mean, it's unbelievable. So, like, this stuff can work. It just costs money to do it, and so you have to negotiate those sorts of things and everything with the players, of course. But, I mean, like, I just wish they would stop with the whole idea that there's no difference between grass and turf. That's not why you're doing this. Like, if all things were equal, you would lay down grass because your players like it more and because it is safer. If you just, call it what it is, which is a business decision, then, we can all kind of handle it that way and everybody can work through it that way. But it is what it is. I mean, it's just these are decisions that are made based on each owner's bottom line. And, in the end, do the players have to give a little to get a little here? Maybe so. But, I wish we could all just talk about that sort of thing on the level instead of being lied to about it.
Albert, I'm surprised at how the Rossini-Vrabel story in one way or another continues to pop up. I think they're about 2 months into this thing. And one speculation that I see, and it is speculation, is that somehow maybe this could endanger Mike Vrabel's standing in New England as the head coach. Do you think there's a chance that Vrabel isn't the Patriots head coach in 2026 from here?
No, unless there's some sort of other revelation. And I'm not saying any of this is possible or on the radar or anything, but you can dream up what those scenarios might be, right? I don't know. More comes out about the situation with Diana that drastically changes that story. There are other women, whatever it is. You can dream up whatever you want to dream up about what would change it. I think the main thing would be I think it would take some major breach of trust between the Krafts and Vrabel that took place. And to this point, I don't think that that's happened. Now, again, I'm not privy to the conversations that he's had with Robert and Jonathan Kraft, and whether or not those conversations have been completely truthful. Like I said, I don't know. But I think at this point, when you get to this point in a story like this, where it's starting to do damage to the Patriots brand, and it's all people talk about when it comes to the Patriots, obviously it becomes an issue for the franchise. And I know how the ownership there loves Mike Vrabel. They've got a long-standing relationship with him, obviously, that goes back 25 years. And, those things are really – the foundation of most of those things are on trust. So, the only way I would see that anything happening here that affects his employment is if there is some sort of sea change in the story, right? And the whatever that revelation of that whatever that revelation is also some sort of breach of trust between the Krafts and Vrabel. In other words, it'd have to be something that caught them surprised that they weren't aware of.
Albert, really good stuff. And I want to tell you the power of Albert Breer is that when you said, I'm going to give you guys homework, Google Bernabeu Stadium in Brazil. I think JP did it, and I know Mac Robinson, our board op, did it, and he's not even talking on air. So you got some real pull in this town, buddy.
Well, it's in Spain, not Brazil, but Spain. Did I say Brazil?
I might just be an idiot.
Okay, well, you got to, but seriously, you got to Google it. It is one of the most unbelievable things you've ever seen. And it'll be expensive for anybody to do this, to put in this sort of system. But when you guys see it, you're going to be like, holy crap. I can't believe that someone was able to pull this off. And by the way, that's not even a new stadium. That was a refurbished stadium. But, maybe next week we can have the conversation about how much of this is about the soccer leagues have to compete with each other for players, so there can't be any collusion between the owners and that sort of thing. Like, there's those soccer players, the more I've looked into it, you realize how much power those international soccer players have.
Albert, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Albert.
All right, thanks, guys.
Albert Breer there, MMQB on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
92.3.
first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
The Lead coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Just had Albert Breer on. And in one of his recent write-ups, he actually had a blurb about Taylon Green and why he's intrigued with Taylon Green, and specifically with the Browns. Here's what Albert had to say about that about 10 minutes ago on 92.3 The Fan.
This is more about like kind of where the Browns are at with their coach, and I really think it's a fascinating thing when you look at the variety of quarterbacks that Todd Monk has worked with. And I just think like you look at like that variety of quarterbacks and it's like, this guy's got like a lot of clubs in his bag as far as how to build an offense, And so even if it's just in the preseason, I mean, he's got this avatar of an athlete, I mean, people probably aren't going to believe me when I say this, but like, he's probably the most gifted guy in that quarterback room right now, just from a physical standpoint. And that he's 6'6", and he runs, he ran like a 4.3 something, right? Like something like that. So he's the most gifted athlete in that room right away. And so, I mean, I think it at least could keep it fun during the preseason. I don't know how much he's actually going to play when it counts, but I think it's interesting all the way around.
So it's interesting. Usually after mini camps locally, there's a couple players we talk about. Ashley had Denzel Boston and McNeil Warren as two guys that, hey, they look like they belong, right? What's interesting is Albert's not the first national guy I've seen this week write about Taylon Green in Intrigue with the Browns. I also, CBS Sports had a write-up on it. I don't know.
Phelps said he's the most interesting quarterback in the room.
And then
he must love this audio from Albert.
And then Shedeur was the second most intriguing.
He must love this.
But I don't know if it's just they're looking at the Browns picture and being like, well, last year a 5th-round pick started 7 games. How crazy is it really if they're just going to do the Browns math, or if it is just more like Albert said, which is there's a little bit of excitement of, well, maybe Monken can just work with just about anybody.
I think they're confused the way that a lot of fans are about this guy. How can you be 6'5", as big as he is? He says 230. Okay, 6'5", 230, as big as he is, as athletic as he is. Again, like the second fastest combine for a quarterback in NFL history, trailing only Michael Vick. Like the speed is insane. All this that comes with him, and then be a 6th-round pick. Well, it's obvious because he can't throw the football. Yeah. Like, I mean, we don't have to do some like big soul searching here to find out what's going on with the man. He can't really play the position that well, all things considered.
But what's funny about that is the theory that Albert does espouse, which is look at the quarterbacks Monken has worked with, is probably the biggest reason when we've talked about Brendan Sorsby in a supplemental draft is why I've been intrigued. Because I went back and listened to McShay today because I was a little, this is going to sound bad, because I was bored and never finished the McShay on Sorsby thing.
Yeah. Where him and his co-host, they went after it?
Yeah, I don't traditionally go 10 days back on a podcast, but he made this great point.
Wow, I think the 2016 Cavs are dead in the water.
That was a great podcast. But he made this great point of like the profile of Sorsby that is a Josh Allen. That is a... it's a guy here who it's like, all right, he does a lot of things incendiary, and he just needs things coached up. The same thing that Albert's saying about Taylon Green and why it makes, and I don't think you can coach up accuracy, not to the degree that Taylon Green needs it. But it is the same reason I look at Brendan Sorsby and go, I don't think it's the craziest thing if you were to bring him in with a 2nd-round pick in the supplemental draft. I believe in the Monken philosophy there.
It's a great lottery ticket. I mean, there's real valuable. I have no problem with them taking Green and seeing if they can go ahead and turn him around. But again, it's different stakes. Like we talk about, like Josh Allen. It's like the bet the Bills made was that they could improve his accuracy enough, and then the bet paid off. But that also took 2 years of starting and reps and everything that comes with that. Green's going to be fighting and scratching and clawing for every scrap of a rep he could possibly get. He might be doing the Shedeur, where he's over at a college throwing to ball boys and anybody that'll pay attention.
We'll get back to Cavs-Pistons Game 5 with the Lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it is Jonathan from my friends over there at Bookman.
were inside. I came away impressed with how everything that they did to stave off everything defensively. I was impressed by that. And if they do that again tonight, they'll win tonight. And I'm telling you, the series is over.
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Dan is looking for a winner. Enter the code WHEEL, WHEEL, at 923thefan.com before 6 o'clock for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Journey of the Final Frontier Tour 2026, November 12th at Rocket Arena. Tickets on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at journeymusic.com. It's all brought to you by AEG Presents and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Don't stop believing that Daryl Ryder will be joining us in 1 hour's time. I want to get to the lead here. We're going to try to make this as brief as possible.
Okay, let's do it brief.
Matt Corrali is such a blonde. So he was getting ready to go out through the doors here, and we were trading stories off air, kind of telling embarrassing stories.
Yeah.
And so I said, Matt, close that door real quick, meaning I got a real quick anecdote to throw your way. And he goes, oh, yep. And he walks through the door, out to the second door, and then goes to basically walk out. And I was like, no,
Yeah.
Matt, no.
He saw his way out.
I mean the other door. And he goes, oh, that's the dumbest thing I've ever done. And then he proceeds to close the second door, as if I was telling him to close another door. We love Matt Corrali. That is as blonde. I'm married to a blonde who has blonde moments, and that's the blondest moment I've ever seen in my life.
Cartoon characters don't do things as dumb as that.
Yeah.
Legitimate. Wildly funny and hysterical. And he didn't come back in and be like, oh, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever done. I don't think he understood that it was that dumb.
It was a full-blown who's on first moment.
Yeah. And just so you know, stock up for Corrali. He stands out now in a new way.
I do like Corrali. Well, I think of him as just an idiot.
No. You use a great word. Goober.
He is a goober.
Matt is a first-class goober. And he can't help but be it, and that's why we love him.
I like him, but the development that he might have the intelligence of a hamster isn't really helping him out any.
Okay, that was meaner than the thing that I said.
Whoa,
I've pulled my punches. He graduated from Kent State, okay? And he's going to be a programmer here he's going to be one of the sales leads over here in about 5 years.
Yeah.
And when that happens, remember who's not getting endorsements, friendo. Remember, Matt, I said goober. He said you're dumb.
Oh no, going to threaten me with not getting endorsements.
Well, play it out of you. Brian Geltzeiler of SiriusXM NBA Radio joined the Monoboys earlier today. He explained why the Cavs have been a different team on the road in playoffs.
The Cavs 0-5 on the road here in these playoffs, and they have been a very different team on the road than at home. And I think where it really gets highlighted in a series like this is the physical toughness aspect. The Cavs, that was a weakness last year. It's emerging as a weakness again this year. This is a gritty, grindy team that they're against. It's an extremely physical basketball team. Detroit has to play that way because they just don't shoot the ball well enough on offense to play any other way. And for the Cavs, they get pulled into these half-court, defensive struggle types of games that are really rock fights. And it's not where they're at their best. Again, they got the performances from their main guys that they need to get, but that doesn't necessarily change what is the big issue for them as they go on the road here in a Game 5, which is the physicality aspect.
I think Brian's right about the rock fight, and I think the idea that, and that's what was disappointing about games 1 and 2 was that the Cavs played into this rock fight that Detroit wanted to play, and that's not how the Cavs are not at their best that way. They really aren't. They need to just outscore them, and they need to make sure that they don't turn this into a 101-97 slog of a game, because Detroit will win that game. That's not the game that we want.
I agree that we overstate, or not overstate. I think we lump everything in when it comes to physicality, and it's more nuanced than that. The Cavs aren't always the most mentally tough team. And I think you see those lapses. The Cavs also don't always bring the requisite effort or energy that you need on the road in the playoffs. I don't know if they're intimidated by it, but they don't feel comfortable with it. And then even when it comes to pushback, just you don't have to become the more physical team, but just not allowing yourself to get pushed over. And if you do, making sure that the referees see it. You saw that in Game 4. You saw mental toughness. You saw effort. You saw But to just say, it's the physicality thing, I do think it's a little bit of an oversimplification. It's also been at the bugaboo of a lot of really weird situations for the Cavs, including Toronto this year, turning that into a 7-game series, in Orlando 2 years ago, and the Knicks certainly 3 years ago.
Think about it. The genesis is that Knicks series a few years back. The lights were too bright for a reason. It was too bright in Madison Square Garden. It wasn't too bright at home. It was too bright in Madison Square Garden. You can't make the LCA, the Little Caesars Arena, be too bright. Cavs
do they call it the LCA?
They do.
There?
Yeah, they do. Consistently call it the LCA.
And they think that's cool because it's the initials?
I don't know what they think is cool over there.
They got riots.
They got a
No. I mean, it's been 20 years, but still, they thought it was cool.
Okay. Cavs legend Amon Shumpert was on the Pat McAfee show today. He said that Donovan Mitchell and James Harden's different roles have contributed to the Cavs' success.
The Cavs have figured out that Donovan Mitchell throughout a game can keep you trained on the tracks. I've said it before, because of Donovan's ability to score the ball in so many different ways, you can trust him throughout the game, but it becomes extremely difficult to set your team up for success not knowing which way he wants to go or what he wants to do at the end of games. It's much easier as a player on a team to say, hey, our guy has the ball and he's either going to get to the left elbow or the right elbow for this shot. But I now know all the cuts and all the screens I could set. I think that has to be James Harden's job. They figured that out the last couple of games. James Harden also figured out, if I have more FVMs than TOs, then we're going to win the game. Donovan Mitchell, still allowed to be aggressive. You can go out there and have 3 or 4 turnovers. Doesn't bother me much. When James Harden takes care of the ball and makes sure that they're successful, especially at the end of games, this Cavs team is dangerous, but they only can go as far as James Harden can figure it out at the end of the game.
So I do want to say that I think Amon, I really enjoy him as a basketball analysis. He's really getting a lot more traction the last year or two. Hey, James Harden needs to turn the ball over. The fact that it took this long for the Cavs to figure that out might be concerning. And actually, the one thing I disagree with him on is I think James is a guy that has kept you in games, and that has kept Donovan fresh here recently to allow Donovan to then take over and late in the game. That's certainly the formula in Game 4.
Well, and we can't have what happened in Game 1 where Donovan scores 11 straight and 13 in the fourth, and Donovan's just a no-show. And meanwhile, everyone in that team is 0 for 11 from 3. Like, there's got to be everyone does it type mentality. But I do love the blueprint they set out last game, where James gets everyone going early, and then Donovan is fresh and ready to go in the second half. And especially with the pace and everything like that, that's a winning recipe.
The MMQB's Albert Breer joined us last hour. We asked him if the Browns can win in spite of their quarterback room this season.
I think this is another year for them of developing young talent, of building assets, and I think that's going to be kind of an ongoing thing, and continuing to invest in the future. And this is by the way, guys, part of the reason why I've said for a while now I would look at trading Myles Garrett. I think that's where they're going. You know what I mean? Is they're going towards a future that's going to be built around those younger guys, And so I still look at it like this is going to be a year of development. This is going to be a year where you're going to continue to pour into the guys that contributed for you last year and pour into the rookies. And you hope, by the end of the year, there's a pretty bright light at the end of the tunnel. And maybe at that point, who your quarterback is going forward, or you've at least got the core of something that's going to be nice for a young quarterback to step into, especially if some of those young guys in the offensive side of the ball develop.
I can't explain it in full terms, but there's been parts of this offseason where I really felt like 2026 was exactly what Albert is saying. And in the last couple weeks, I don't feel that way anymore. Maybe it's Monken being in charge and the idea that he's just not going to let them lay down and die. I don't know what it is, but they're trying incredibly hard with their draft. They have an easy setup with the schedule. They have a lot going for them with the travel and everything else. I don't know. I get everything's about them growing for the future. I don't get the perception that they're just going to go out there and lose as many games as they can.
The only way that it feels like a punt year is the quarterback position. That's it. Everything else they did was in service of winning this year. They were aggressive in free agency. If they didn't care about winning this year, they would have brought in 4 offensive linemen. They would have paid them about $10 million combined, not, I think, $100 million combined. They certainly wouldn't have gone after 30-year-old or 29-year-old Elton Jenkins. They wouldn't have gone after Titus Howard, who I think is 29, 30 years old. Like they went
I
over.
think they would have plugged up the holes that they needed to plug up to try to win.
Yes, and certainly even in the draft, like doubling down on wide receivers.
Like
so
you could have easily just taken other positions and ignored the spots that you needed to fix.
do I look at the quarterback position and do I find that curious that you kind of just let it be, hands off the wheel, and then you really went after it with the rest of the roster? Yeah, I think that's curious. It's really hard to win in spite of the quarterback in the NFL. But I think the Browns have the talent and maybe the good fortune that you're talking about with the schedule, but that actually might be what's in place this year.
Ashley Bastock, Cleveland.com, joined us today at 3:20. She got into how the Browns' strength of schedule impacts their win total.
I think about the first 6 games last year when you had your 3 division opponents, you had 3 NFC North opponents that were all coming off of really good seasons, and you had an international game all within those 6 games, right? Like, it proved to be a huge factor. So I think sometimes we can get caught up in the schedule game, but I think I look at this schedule, right? I also think it's interesting that I believe they're traveling the second fewest air miles this season in the NFL. Like, those things always play a big factor to me. I think people don't account for them enough, actually. I think they're definitely going to get maybe a handful, 2 or 3 more wins from me than I would otherwise if they had those other things working against them.
So I agree with Ashley, and it's important to note the strength of schedule that favors the Browns and is saying one of the 5 easiest. It's not just based off last year. Like Warren Sharp's projections on strength of schedule are based off his projections for 2026. That has more weight than, oh, look at who the teams you faced from last year. And I think that's important. Like, I
Sure.
care when Warren Sharp says you've got an easy strength of schedule because that's about what he thinks is going to happen in the NFL this year.
Yeah, but I mean, it is nice to also look and see just there was a lot of just nothing burgers from last year's teams. Like the 3 teams last year that had winning records and made the playoffs that the Browns are going to play. Steelers, who changed over their head coach and we have question marks, don't even know who their quarterback is. Jacksonville, who they won 13 games. We'll see if they can do that again. And then the Texans. Like, it's just, if that's your toughest 3 or supposed to be your toughest 3, that's pretty nice.
Final one here, guys. The Guardians earned their first series sweep of the year with a 4-2 win over the Angels this afternoon. Manager Stephen Vogt spoke post-game about what he's seen lately from the lineup.
We want to have quality at bats, and we want to push the envelope on the bases. You know, we've talked about it since spring training. We want to get to first. You know, find a way to get to first, and we've seen it work. We've seen getting pitchers' pitch counts up. You know, we've had our games where we haven't been able to do it. Good pitching will always beat good hitting, but for the most part, been really pleased. I mean, we walked a ton this homestand, and it showed. And, you know, really proud of the way our guys rebounded twice on this 13-game stretch. You know, we lose 3 in a row from Sacramento to Kansas City. We bounce right back and drop 2 tough ones over the weekend, come right back and, you know, get a sweep going into the off day. So really proud of this, guys.
All right, here's where I can't help myself. I apologize in advance. This is just how I work, right? You walked a ton in the game 1. That was great. Like, you did that. 10 walks. It was awesome. But, like, I don't know, the whole walk campaign, they walked twice today. Like, you walked twice. Okay. But the biggest thing out of today's game was what happened when the lineup was set. And that is Stephen Kwan ahead of an off day, getting the day off today. And then Angel Martinez getting the chance to bat leadoff. If you're hitting well, if you're having a good stretch, he's not resting today. I thought that was very peculiar.
And Hosey bumping up to the 2 spot. Listen, you just needed this. And the truth is, you're sitting pretty anyways, because even though you're only, quote-unquote, 2 games above 500, you're still in first place in the AL Central. I remind everyone who thinks that this is how the Central's going to look like, that it's going to take an 83-win team to win this thing. Guys, it's going to take a 6-win campaign. There's 6-game win streak to make any of us panic if somebody else does it in this division. So the Guardians needed this one, and they continue to just get by. I think they have the talent to. I think they might end up being a lot better than I thought they were going to be this year. Because DeLauder's hitting, Bazana's certainly come up and done some good stuff. Angel Martinez, Rocchio's hit this year. David Fry's got a 796 OPS. Even Hoskins has an OPS over 700, and he's kind of been just okay this year. And you still haven't gotten Kwan and Hosey going. I imagine both of them will get going. I think if that rotation can level out, like I think they might have a chance to be really interesting this year, even into the postseason. They've got the raw talent, and that's not something we've been able to see, especially in the lineup in previous years.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have a chance. In the AL Central, you always have a chance, but this team is, I agree with you. They look better than I initially thought they would.
216-474-0092. We get back to Game 5. Cavs, Pistons in about 5 minutes. Who will win this series? Make your prediction now in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Feel the power this month and beyond, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, the Ram truck should be atop your list. And why? Well, let's start with power, because for power, there is no comparison. There is no competition. You can choose from Ram's legendary 5.7-liter Hemi V8 or the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine or the high-output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. So many options, so little time, but a lot of fun to make that decision. And all you have to do to feel that power, guys, is head to any Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and turn one over. Feel that power. And while we're on the topic of power, why would you or anyone else trust any full-size pickup at any price with a 4-cylinder engine? Going up even the slightest of inclines?
going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Daryl Ryder coming up in about 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Cavs, Pistons, Game 5. Ever since you mentioned the thing about Lima potentially being the mush.
Yeah, I just feel better if he had been more negative today.
Well, I think my thing is I'm worried now that if I all of a sudden start going, I'm feeling confident about this game, am I somehow being the mush?
No, because it's all about the history of it all.
Okay.
Right? Like when Lima was go Cavs and turned into Whammer, then everything was like, oh no. The black cloud just started to follow the Cavs. And then as the Cavs then disappointed him, then he turned into this, like, oh, geez. I mean, his team isn't nearly as good. And then the moment he does that, and then all of a sudden they start ripping off wins. They close out Game 7, and then we're back in after Game 2. And it's like this whole ebb and flow. And I just think he might be Cavs mush, a little bit of a Cavs mush.
Can I submit something for review? Just in my own history.
Sure.
The highest I've been on the Cavs was when I said after 2 games against Toronto, all right, this should be a sweep. And I called other people out for it.
That's fair.
That feels a little mushy. It feels like maybe I mushed the Cavs a little bit in the Raptors series. I can't do it right now. I can't be the Cavs.
Didn't you also say something about like a sweep for the Pistons too or something like that?
I mean, I said...
Is that also on the table?
I don't know that I said that.
So you're not the biggest
negative.
mush.
He hasn't gotten that negative.
No.
In the Cavs' positive direction. Because you thought very little of the Pistons.
That's true.
And it was like the Cavs could take care of them easily.
No, I believe I said if the Cavs played up to their talent every night, I think you could. But
all right, so you're not the biggest mush. Right. Here's the thing: the biggest mush award is obvious, and so again, I don't believe in jinxes. I don't believe in any of this. But I woke up today and I was thinking to myself, I'd feel a lot better about everything if Lima just happened to, I don't know, maybe say some bad things about James Harden once again.
All right, we'll throw up the slippery wizard sign there that if he wants to, not right now, if he wants to call in the 6 o'clock hour and unmush the Cavs, we will allow it.
Calls James Harden unplayable. What happens to James Harden in Game 3?
He suddenly became the one we had, everybody had said he was.
I just don't think it's an accident is all I'm saying.
All right, 216-474-0092. Who will win this series? It was interesting. This is something that I heard the Mountain Boys in Detroit talk about. John Jensen said he's leaning Cavs.
Yeah.
Jim Costa, cookies.
That Muppet.
Yeah, is my guy. Real quick.
I do like him. I like him a lot.
But
Muppet.
You think he's a Muppet? Yeah.
Muppet. I have big Muppet energy.
All right. That's my guy. Just got to keep saying it.
Oh.
Every time you call him Muppet, I got to say he's my guy because he is my guy.
In case the odd chance he's listening.
I've got like 5 friends in radio. Don't want to turn it into 4. But he clearly leaned Pistons. It's funny. Like, as of right now, I do lean Cavs. But it's a slight lean. Like, I think the Cavs, if we just go on who should win, I think it's the Cavs. I do. I think the Cavs should be able to win on the damn road. This shouldn't be the Herculean task that it's feeling like it is right now, trying to get a single damn Cavs win in the first 2 series of the NBA playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But my doubt is not that I think the Pistons are going to figure it out. I do think they're getting home cooking tonight. It's the NBA.
Yep, I
think Asar's going to be better. I think Duran's going to be better. I think the role players are going to be better. That'll just make sense when you're going home. But inevitably, to me it is, all right, the Cavs have to prove they can at least win a single game on the road in the playoffs. If I knew for certain that they could do that, then I would feel better than just I'm leaning Cavs. I would be falling over Cavs. I can't be falling over Cavs right now.
And it wouldn't even take much either. It would have probably just taken like 1 road victory against Toronto. Like it wouldn't. It's not like you need a bunch, but you need more than what they've given off right now. And I'm with you. As much as I like the Cavs and as much as I'm rooting for the Cavs tonight, and I do think they're going to win, I can't argue with what Vegas is trying to tell everybody. Vegas is telling you it's going to be a rock fight of a game. They're telling you the over-under is tiny for a reason, and the spread on this one is 4.5 points for the Pistons for a reason. The Cavs haven't given them enough credits or enough anything to showcase that they can do this on the road yet.
And I do think that the Cavs have told on themselves on the road, a lot this year, meaning within like the first 5 minutes of almost every road game in the postseason, they haven't looked like they're there. They've looked disoriented. They've looked out of place. They've looked uncomfortable. They constantly are looking at the officials like, why did that happen? Listen, in the end, you're going to have to play all 48 minutes, and I'm going to have to see you actually secure a 101-98 win tonight for me to think you're going to do it. But I think a big way for the Cavs is just starting the game looking like you belong there.
Kind of like what happened in Game 4.
And that's asinine that I have to say that, by the way. It's absolutely incredibly insane that I've got a team with future Hall of Famers in James Harden and Donovan Mitchell. I've got a very, very good starting two-way big, not two-way big, but rim-running big in Jared Allen, former All-Star, potential future face of the franchise, Evan Mobley, and a pretty diverse set of bench guys. And I'm like, it'd be great if they could look like they belong 5 minutes into a damn playoff game on the road.
Well, and so part of that is like, did they find something in Game 4? Maybe not even find something. Did they just understand that they have to actually try early on in these games and then you get the Energizer bunny going? Because you shouldn't have to. In the playoffs, you shouldn't have to.
That was the funniest thing to me about Game 4 is Harden said this a few times. I think Kenny Atkinson said it about like different things. They were like, hey, I think we figured something out here. Yeah. And I actually do think they figured out ways to get Donovan cleaner looks. Mm-hmm. I think they have figured out a good balance of Harden and Mitchell. And what I'm saying, like, of those two guys getting more comfortable with each other's role in this series, I think those things could be real. They got to prove it tonight. Spoiler. But I thought it was funny. It was like, I think we figured something out tonight. Yeah, if you get Donovan open looks, he's going to sink him. Hey, if you get Donovan's in a rhythm, he's going to drop a 30 burger or better.
If they got to lie to themselves and convince themselves that they found the fountain of youth, then I'm going to go ahead and let them do it.
No, because they've lied.
No.
I should say this.
I like if they it might be false, it might be whatever, it might be all fugazi. But if they in their heart of hearts believe that something unlocked, something got them to another, then let them believe it.
You just said if it's false, it's false.
If it's false for us, yes. If it's false for us, and we know it's fugazi, that it's an understood thing. That it's obviously a bunch of fugazi and nonsense and doesn't make a difference. But if they believe it, then that's all that really matters. And so it's almost like we're working with like an NBA placebo effect here, Nick, where it's like we've given them this drug, we've told them that it works with something, and it doesn't do anything. It's just it's just a sugar pill.
But doesn't this go back to the false confidence argument you and I debated? Where after that first run, where the Cavs are like pumping their chest, and it was actually against the Pistons, where they're like, they don't belong in the court with us.
That's what they said after the game, yeah.
And I said that feels like the false confidence that I'm used to from the Cavs, where they're pumping themselves up, and I don't understand why they're doing it, because then they fall on their face. They then fell on their face a couple weeks after.
No, but that was 2 months after they made the comments, though. The game was February 28th, I think.
You're trying to make me remember like more than a week ago. My point is, this team this team too many times has given me the false confidence thing. We figured it out. We got it. They don't. This is where you prove it. Like that to me is the thing. Like,
sure.
So like,
sure,
hey, you figured it out. Well, you figured it out at home.
If something as stupid as Donovan coming out in the 24-0 run being sparked by the idea that he just had to get him going earlier in the possession and using their own pace, then it's like there's a reason why that helps, obviously. But the reality is that Donovan just started to become convinced that he's invincible. And like little things like that, I do think can carry over. Me and you watching, we know that it shouldn't be the end-all be-all. But if Donovan's convinced that it is, okay. If Harden all of a sudden thinks he's the greatest basketball player to ever play in the first 5 minutes of a game, all right, let's keep that going. Let's keep that vibe going.
Now, here's the thing. We don't have a lot of votes in yet, but Nick Wilson says you can actually vote who will win this series.
Okay.
I'm actually surprised. Most years I wouldn't be surprised that Cavs fans say Cavs are going to win this. Mm-hmm. But given whether it's the juice or whatever you want to say about how I think most Cavs fans are in wait and see, I am surprised as of right now it's 87.5% of votes saying the Cavs are going to win this series.
Yeah, it's a strong number. I mean, it's funny because, Nick, I shouldn't feel the way I feel in my head right now. And I just got to be honest with you. I just got to tell you how I feel. I don't think they're going to lose, but I don't find a scenario in my head where they lose out of the next 3 games. And what have they done to earn that? Like, what have they done? Like the past 2 games they're messing with our heads.
I think they're messing with your head.
Yeah, no, they are.
You're like
they are. They're messing with our heads in a big time way.
You're trying to do the calculus here internally, and you just keep going back and forth. You're just not sure what the numbers say.
It's just one of those things. The past couple games, Nick, they look like a completely different team. They look like the team that we were convinced was coming the entire time. And so I think a lot of fans are like, all right, they've turned it. But we got to see them do it on the road, obviously.
I think tonight's the flip the switch win. I think if the Cavs win tonight, I think you're going to see fans go all the way into not only are we winning this series.
They'll be booking their tickets to New York if you win this game.
And I think people are going to go farther. And here's the other thing. I also don't think there's a lot of there with this matchup because I don't know that any Cavs fan fears or respects the Pistons. The second it becomes about the Knicks, and we know the history of this, the lights too bright, all that, and we can even throw back to the Jared Allen. I think the juice gets flowing immediately.
I also think you probably shouldn't book the New York tickets. Maybe just stay for the Cleveland games.
Why's that?
Because New York is going to be, for one New York Madison
assaulted?
Square Garden home game is going to be the same price as 3 Rocket Arena games.
I was just thinking you probably shouldn't go to New York.
That's going to
because they will assault you because you wear a different jersey.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
They're ruthless.
Yeah. I would say violent.
Yeah, that's
And I would say unhinged.
Okay.
And not in like the way that I appreciate.
Yeah.
When they're ripping jerseys off Sixers fans, I think you might want to go ahead and get in concert with reality.
Is there a city in this country that you do like outside of Cleveland?
I like Charlotte.
Okay.
What other cities have you seen me denigrate?
Pittsburgh, massive, the incest stuff.
Come on
constantly the incest stuff.
I didn't choose
Detroit.
them to marry their
sisters.
sisters.
You just said an hour ago about Detroit and the riots.
Well, yeah, that was just a cheap shot. That's a nice town.
Okay,
yeah,
it's a nice town.
When they're not egging the basketball team to fight the crowd, that's a great town.
I wasn't sure. I thought you liked America, but I wasn't sure that you like all of America.
I like Boston, except the violent parts.
Boston?
Yeah.
Didn't see that coming out of you.
Yeah, I love Boston.
Would have thought Boston would be last on the list for you.
Just not the violent parts.
I like Boston.
Which is 90% of Boston.
Didn't see you liking Boston. Okay.
Yeah.
The violent parts.
Yeah. I wear the Sam Adams headquarters. I went there a couple times when they were a client of mine. I liked Sam Adams headquarters.
Yeah.
Fenway. Not outside Fenway.
Apostrophe.
Yawkey Way.
Yeah.
Yawkey Way.
Very fun.
And I just totally changed it up to be a Boston Way because I'm a douchebag. Isaac and Shaker, welcome to the show. Hi, Isaac.
Hello, Isaac.
Hey, guys. How you doing? I'm sorry. My radio was down. I forgot I had my car thing on it. Anyway. Hey, yeah. I was kind of zoning there. Hey, listen. I've been listening to you guys.
I like you,
Yeah,
Isaac.
I've been listening to you guys, and I've been kind of listening to the show too. Everybody's talking about how the Cavs, may win, may not win. I seriously think the Cavaliers finally realized we're better than these guys, and I come to that conclusion with, when the last time you seen the word or heard the word Cavalanche with this group right here?
Game 4.
I haven't heard it. Remember last year?
Game 4. They did the whole snow flurries and everything.
Right, exactly. So game
Noah
4,
Eagle,
right.
that bird brain of a human, even said Cavalanche on the broadcast.
Yep. And so what my thinking is this, and like I said, this is just an opinion, but I'm seriously, while watching these guys, I'm seriously thinking, we're playing down to these guys just because they had the best record. They got the number 1 seed, and we've been playing down to these guys, and they played down to them, especially in game 1. They just gave it to them. They just gave them the game. They still was in the game, but they gave them the game, if that make any sense.
Isaac, is that any different than what happened with Toronto? Just in terms of in terms of playing down to your competition, especially on the road?
Right. But I think I'm hoping. Maybe I'm hoping. I'm hoping that above is finally turned up because I think that they're better than Detroit, and I think they have the edge if they play like they played the game last time. You just need three people to play their averages, I guess you can say, and then the bench. The bench actually isn't playing like it should. Merrill is not playing like he should. He had so many open looks. I'm thinking that, but my point is, I think the Cavaliers finally realized that we're better than these guys. We can beat them. I think they're going to win tonight.
Isaac, love the energy, buddy.
Thanks,
Thank you so much. I'll go back to it's a little troubling. It took 4 games. That's the only thing. I think you should have thought, hey, we're actually,
but like at least we got there. If that ends up being the end result, at least we got there.
Did they maybe think they were better than the Pistons and then just didn't bother to put in the effort?
No, I like Isaac's take on it better because it does. It seems like they play down in competition a lot.
Which one?
The one that suggests that they play down the competition.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
216-474-0092. Who will win this series, Cavs or Pistons? And what is Game 5 about for the Cavaliers? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly. Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl Ryder coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. We threw out the question there at the end of the break, what is Game 5 about for the Cavaliers? And I actually think it ties into what Isaac was saying and probably ties into what you were saying. And I think it's just about finally answering the call. It's not even just about winning tonight. It is competing on the road the same way you do at home. And it's such a rudimentary thing. And the Cavs have just been two completely different teams that tonight does feel like where the rubber meets the road. I haven't met one person who disagrees with your and my assertion that pretty much who wins tonight, we think wins the series.
Yeah.
And I don't think you always get that when you're getting a Game 5.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I do disagree with the first sentiment you have, though, that idea of like, you know, because you almost made it seem like style points was what was important here. I don't feel that way at all. Like you can, if it's ugly and they win, winning is the end result that I want tonight. So even if like it doesn't have to look perfect for me, it doesn't have to be a great game. It can be sloppy at times. Would I prefer it to be a great game? Yes, I'd prefer it to be exactly what it was in Game 4 in the second half for sure. But I'm at the spot where I'm just win, baby. I'm Al Davis about this thing.
Oh no, I think what I mean is. Like proving you belong to me isn't just about winning; it's about hanging in there. And yes, that became a blowout in the second half of game 4. It wasn't for the first, even to the start of the third quarter. Like
no, they were down 4
really,
at the half.
That was really good competitive basketball.
I thought Detroit played a really nice game, all things considered.
And the Cavs hung in there. And so, like, that's the kind of stuff where, like, it's weird. It's like reverse style points. Winning ugly and proving you can winning ugly. This might be the one time where that's like, oh, yeah, it's the sexiest thing you can do is win ugly on the road.
I'm in just win mode. I truthfully am. And if it means that the Pistons just vomit all over their shoes for 4 quarters and that's how you get out of there, I don't need it to be pretty tonight. I really don't. But the idea and kind of the main central theme here is that winning tonight's game just matters so much in the big picture of everything. I'm so unbothered by the idea with Game 6. They'll take care of business in Game 6 at home. I don't think anybody listening to this is worried about that. If you have to win ugly tonight, win ugly. I don't care. Let's get out of there and let's go win the series.
216-474-0092. What's Game 5 about for the Cavaliers? Got a couple calls here quickly. So for me, it is just about this is where the rubber meets the road. Let's prove we can win on the road because you do not want to have to try and prove you can win on the road in Game 7. And certainly when you have to turn around and face a very well-rested Knicks team if you do win. Did you feel like you sufficiently answered what do you think Game 5's about?
I think I did.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Let's go with...
Thank you for phrasing it that way.
I wanted to be thoughtful.
Yeah, if you would have lobbed it up and been like, what do you think it is? I would have been like, we've done a lot of this show.
I realized I was very dangerously close to going full Andy Baskin, and not today.
Never.
I'm also going to end the show about 5 minutes early today and just put it all on Jake Volek.
We haven't swung some PGA championship combos into the mix yet.
That's true, mostly because I can't. I think you got to hit them where they ain't.
Golf analysis for you is great.
Listen, I got to say, I think you should step up.
Hit them where they ain't. That's like the opposite of golf.
Well, no, you don't want to hit them where the spectators are. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, you definitely want to hit it where everyone else is hitting it.
I think what you got to do
on the green is one of those places.
I think get in the tee box and you just swing like your life depends on it. Hit it as far as you can.
Is that right now?
Yeah, I think that's how you really get in there with the golf.
The Shambo school of thinking there.
Yeah. Well, that's also steroids. Daryl in Sagamore Hills, welcome to the show.
Yes, it's interesting that you all will bring that up about the rubber meets the road.
It is.
Because there are 3 players on this team is that if they showed up, the Cavaliers can win this championship.
Mm-hmm.
And those 3 players are, and mainly because they get the most minutes coming off the bench, that's Strus, Merrill, and Wade. If they would show up and do what they're supposed to do because they're specialists.
You can tell Wade starting.
They shoot the threes. They shoot the threes and they open up the game. If those 3 guys would show up, Cavaliers will win this series and win the championship.
All right. Daryl. I think that's a different take than some people have, but we like that around
What's the
here.
chuckle about there?
He chose the 3 white guys.
You must be a big fan of like Lakers basketball after they extend Austin Reeves and pair him with Luka.
Massive Celtics fan.
This the second I saw when he said Wade, and to your point, it's like if I went to 100 NBA executives and say who are the 3 players that are the keys to the Cavs winning a championship,
He just doesn't think the white guys are pulling their share.
That's true.
All right.
Which in the case of Dean Wade, he might be right. Darren, west side of CLE. Welcome to the show.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Hi,
Doing very well.
A couple of things. You guys get sucked in every time. I mean, and not just you, not just you. Some of these fans too. It's funny because the Cavs are a home team. They're doing nothing any different than they did in the Toronto series. They'll go to Detroit. The bench players will look scared and timid. Mobley with the 1 rebound. I was done after that. It's night and day on the road versus home. I fully expect them to lose and not look good tonight, as a matter of fact. Come home, maybe eke it out, and then get blown away in Game 7. And I'm not a Pistons fan. I'm a Cavs fan. It's just that we've seen this over the years. They're just not a very mentally tough team. I mean, at home, of course, they look better. I mean,
I think because you're a Cavs doubter here, I'll ask you, if they win tonight, is that going to suck you in?
No.
What is it going to take for you to get sucked in, Darren?
You can't get sucked in after this game. I don't know when you're ever going to get sucked in.
Well, the thing is, I don't like that coach. I just don't think he is. He's the answer. His rotations are bizarre. You know what I mean? It's something with him, and I don't think he's head coach material. I think Mobley's just way too soft. If I see him take one more 3-pointer, I mean, I'm going to gag. I'm serious. It's like, dude, get down and get some rebounds and develop an inside game. I mean, I know he is what he is.
You've said gag and suck too much for Nick in this call. We can't do it anymore.
All right, by the way, Darren, real quick, do you think Strus, Merrill, and Wade are the 3 players that if they just ball out, the Cavs will win the championship?
Oh, the law firm, yes. Of Strus, Merrill, and Wade, yes. But here's the thing. Again, they're home court players. When the momentum's going good, those threes are popping, they're bouncing around and jumping. It looks beautiful. But on the road, things are forced. It looks strained. It looks slower. It's. I mean, you'll see. I'll call you tomorrow. Either way.
All right, Darren. We appreciate you. That was the most unconscionably horny call we've ever had. I'm horny.
He wasn't horny.
Pumping up and down. You heard the second part of that. You heard there was a lot that was very suggestive. It was a family show.
Okay. What do you want me
Pumping
to
and
do?
gagging over there.
I can't deny the charges that are laid at my feet. I can't deny them. But also, Darren had no clue what he was doing. Zero clue. I knew because I could see you laughing like a hyena over there. Darren had no clue.
Pumping, gagging, and bouncing.
I like when you try to say that it's me and you're also giggling over there.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I'm horny.
I don't know about that.
I don't want the Solon Chamber of Commerce to know JP likes to get boogie with it. I'm turning you into Crowley. I'm sorry.
Likes to get boogie with it?
Yeah. That's what you guys called in Solon. The old bump and grind.
I'm still trying to get over the fact that they named Strus, Merrill, and Wade, and I was trying to think of the connection, and I was trying to think exactly what you could have given me an hour. I wouldn't have been like the 3 white guys in the team. I wouldn't, and you're instantly like, the 3 white guys, of course.
Wow, it's a supercomputer.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You and Dylan Gabriel.
You know his stuff.
Woo! Or is it stupid computer? I don't know. 216-474-0092. Do you agree that Max Strus, Sam Merrill, and Dean Wade, we're suddenly getting a lot of calls from Wayne County? Do you agree that Strus, Wade, and Merrill are a key to a Cavs championship? We'll see if Daryl Ryder agrees. Speaking of getting bonked with a horny stick in 5 minutes.
Wait. We're not going to tell him what they have in common, okay?
Yeah.
You got to set it up. Daryl's not listening right now. You got to set it up and be like, what do those 3 players have in common?
Yeah.
And see if he gets it.
Okay. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The next milepost for the Browns offseason is the NFL schedule release and our world-famous schedule game. The radio home of the Cleveland Browns has you covered. We are 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck?
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. 2 hours till Cavs-Pistons Game 5 where the rubber meets the road. And we do have In Case You Missed It coming up in about 40 minutes here. But it's that time of the week. Great to catch up with our good buddy here, Daryl Ryder, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl, welcome to the show, bud.
Hello, boys.
All right, well, hello. It's
Hello.
good to have you back here. So we just had a caller call in and say the 3 players he believes will be responsible for whether the Cavs win not just this series, but a championship. I want to give you a chance to make your 3 guesses on the names.
Well, for me, it's pretty easy. It's Evan Mobley, it's Donovan Mitchell, it's James Harden.
Not one of those guys was on that list.
That was my list too, Daryl.
I think it would be everybody's list. I think that's a sound list.
That's the joke.
So if he's going deep cuts, then I'm going to say if we're going, if those guys aren't, then I'll say he went with Max Strus, Dennis Schroeder, and
don't hurt yourself now.
No, I know.
hurt yourself.
I'm trying to think outside the box here, where he might have gone with this. Jared Allen.
Okay. All right. He chose Max Strus, Sam Merrill, and Dean Wade.
Okay.
Now, if I were to ask you, what do those 3 players have in common? What would your response be?
They are not full-time starters.
I thought he was the way that you paused.
Anything else?
The way that Daryl phrased, they are not. I thought
he was getting there?
I thought he was getting there.
Anything else?
And then he said full-time starters.
Anything else at all?
Broke my ankles, Daryl.
Because I'm convinced if you took, it would have taken me an hour to get to the conclusion that Nick got to in 3 seconds. So if you don't have anything, don't feel. I think you're more on the side of me than you are on anything. But do you have anything else?
No. But I think I know what you're insinuating, but that's not what I thought.
Oh, that means you got there. Okay.
Now, in fairness,
you got there.
In fairness, I didn't just insinuate it. I flat out said it. And the best part is that our caller was a member of the culture, which I'm pretty sure means he's not going to the barbecue this weekend if his friends here, Strus, Merrill, and Dean Wade, are the guys that are going to be the reason you hoist the Larry O'Brien trophy this weekend or not.
I mean, listen, I'm sure they're going to play a key role, assuming the Cavaliers get there, right? I mean, they would play key roles, but, yeah, I think if the Cavaliers are going to win this series, and then we could have a conversation what would happen against New York or who I think will be the Thunder. Yeah, I mean, it's got to start with the 3 guys that I mentioned, because if those 3 guys aren't getting it done, no disrespect to his 3 guys, but they're not. They can't carry the Cavs like my 3 can.
All right, Daryl, what's your confidence tonight? Are you siding with the Cavs getting it done, or do you think the Pistons just continue to win at home?
Nah, something tells me JB's whining after Game 4 will help him tonight, and the Cavaliers will head back to Detroit for a Game 7 on Sunday.
I had heard, and I did not hear this myself, so I'm sourcing this. I had heard you basically went full gung-ho on the Cavs after Game 4. Is this incorrect?
Yeah, that's a little exaggeration. I said that I was I was confident that they could win the series. I didn't guarantee it. There's a difference. Confidence they can do something versus – listen, there's no guarantee to be had with this basketball team in these playoffs right now, okay? They are, until they prove otherwise, a Jekyll and Hyde bunch. They're one basketball team when they play on the road, and they're a different basketball team when they're at the home. It would behoove them tonight to really play like this is a Game 7 to get this one so you can come home Friday night for a potential elimination and move on. game on your home floor and save yourself from having to go back to Detroit with Game 7 in your back pocket, because this is not the Toronto series where, yeah, you had Game 7 in your back pocket, but it's on your home floor. No, you still have to go win on the road. So for me, this is a must-win for the Cavaliers tonight.
Quick point of reference here. I know you've been sick, and the fact that you're showing up is very well appreciated, buddy. That is really cool of you to show up while you're still sounding a little under the weather there. I think you sounding under the weather, though, you kind of got some like national chops here with being sick, because you get the Southern's coming out a little bit. You get a little pop to it. I feel like it's like almost like a Southern Kevin Harlan sexy vibe going on here.
So I've been trying to get back without having to do the steroid regimen that you normally have to do here. Tomorrow I'm making the call and getting the steroids.
Yeah, that's
fair.
fair.
I'm pro steroids.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I want the Baseball Hall of Fame and you to know I'm pro steroids.
Just for illness?
You in 1990s Major League Baseball
time. Yeah.
leader, Jonathan.
Yeah. Like those.
You and Mark McGuire and Sammy Sosa.
Yeah, those roid rage videos in high school.
Yeah.
That was for me.
Yeah. So I am. I actually been doing a lot of steroids because I've been having a foot issue off and on for like most of this year. I also now bench 330.
Yeah, just
that's nice.
Weird side effect. It just kind of plays out.
There are side effects. That is for sure.
You just got to get medicine for the side effects. I think it's called gonadotropin.
There, I'm trying to stay with my line of thinking here. So you don't think they're going to win Game 5, but then there's going to be a Game 7. So if you don't think they can win Game 5 because you don't think they can win on the road, what makes you think they would win in Game 7?
Because for whatever reason, they seem to perform at their best when their backs are against the wall. They don't make life easy on themselves. So, and I think that they have the superior basketball team. I really believe that, and I just wish they would play like it consistently. The turnovers that they have had during these playoffs, just ridiculous. The sloppiness with which they've played at times, the lack of attention to detail, the inability to inbound at times, the inability to get the ball out of the backcourt at times. Like it's basic yet frustrating stuff for me to watch. They got the potential. This isn't a talent deficiency thing. I don't think this is a matchup thing. And I don't feel like the Pistons beat them in the first two games. I think they beat themselves. And I think in an honest moment, if you talk to some folks within the Cavaliers, they would agree with that. And maybe and that's where they had their confidence coming home down 0-2, that they were going to go back to Detroit with this thing tied 2-2, because they recognized they were their worst enemy in those first two games. So I just wish that all of these mistakes that they seem to be prone to when they're on the road, I just hope we don't see those tonight. But I worry that we're going to see them tonight.
Daryl, schedule release tomorrow. Obviously, big day in any football town here.
I can't wait to play the schedule game. This is one of the most wonderful times of the year.
I believe that's sarcasm that you're speaking in, so I will ask
Absolutely not. Sincerely. I look forward tomorrow night with Jake Volnick. We're going to get together, and we're gonna play the schedule game tomorrow night when it comes out around 7:30.
That's you on steroids, though.
All right,
you're juiced up for tomorrow's performance.
Tomorrow, I promise I'm going to be on steroids. Yeah, I've done enough shows with, trying to play hurt. Now we're just going to go ahead and we're just going to get the pills.
Well, CBS Sports has one wish for every NFL team's schedule, and their wish for the Browns' schedule is that they open at home against a AFC North opponent. Do you have a one wish, whether it's for Week 1 or just across the 18 weeks?
I kind of feel like Browns-Ravens, either in Baltimore or here in Cleveland. Like, I think that's a layup. Todd Monken going against his former team. But, I don't have a wish other than hopefully the Browns play better in Week 1 than they historically play in Week 1. They've got the easiest strength of schedule based on opponent's win percentage from last season. They will fly the second fewest miles in the NFL. I think Carolina has the fewest travel miles this year. So they got some things in their favor here, and they don't have to travel internationally. They're The Bengals, the Steelers, the Ravens all have to play overseas. The Browns do not. So the schedule god's already smiling upon your Cleveland Browns.
Daryl, have they earned a primetime game? Shutout last year. Are we getting one this year?
Have they earned it? No. Will they get? I think they get one. But what throws this whole thing into a flux is the quarterback, right? You don't know if you're promoting Shedeur Sanders or Deshaun Watson. I would say it'd be easier, obviously, to put the Browns on
Albert made the case that both are interesting either way. Do you buy into that?
Yeah, I don't know that the NFL wants to shine light on the Deshaun thing a lot. Shedeur, easy. That's a layup. He's got fans all across the country, all that. Shedeur Sanders is an easy one. I think Deshaun is a little more complicated, but I do think the Browns will get one primetime game. I'm guessing it's probably going to be a Thursday or a Monday nighter. There's zero chance they're getting Sunday Night Football.
All right, Daryl. I got nothing.
Enjoy the steroids.
Yeah, seriously. No, enjoy the steroids. Bulk up. A lot of egg whites. Make sure to, as much as you can, just maybe do some curls with like a 2-liter.
When you feel the roid rage coming on, remember, Keith likes that type of radio.
Yeah, he does.
Swerve into it.
Yeah. And if you just got so irrationally angry that you challenged Jake Volnick to a fight, now you can't literally beat his ass because that's assault. But if you challenge him to a fight while analyzing the schedule, maybe it's Daryl and JP an afternoon drive. Who knows?
I was going to say, of the people that I would get into a fight with on the station, I think Jake Volnick's like last on that list.
Who's first? Who's top three on that list? Well, hold on. Who's top three on that list?
Well, let's see. Nick and I have had a few haymakers over the years.
Yep, fair.
Ken and Lima and I have had a few haymakers over the years, so I'd probably say those would be the top three in no particular order.
I thought you meant like real fights. Is what I meant.
No. I don't get physical. No, I just yell and scream.
No, we know that. You know that about you.
I just yell and scream. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't get physical.
Yeah, we know.
All right.
The jail time just isn't worth it.
Daryl, good stuff, buddy.
Thank you, Daryl.
Have a good one,
Thank you, Daryl.
Daryl Ryder there, brought to you by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. He loves the Cleveland audience so much, he's willing to do steroids to be able to communicate with you better. That's real love right there.
People say broadcasting isn't a real job.
It's true. It's not a full contact sport.
With real, like, hey, put your hard hat on. Daryl's taking shots for everyone.
That's true. But not physical shots.
No, never. No.
No.
Because he thinks he's just beeline to the prison system for some reason.
I think he'd get away with some light assault.
Some like,
yeah.
You
punch a guy once. I don't think you're doing hard jail time for that.
He's got no histories.
Yeah.
He's got no priors.
Yeah, that's exactly. If you don't have priors, you're going to be okay.
If his rap sheet was long, maybe different story.
Yeah.
You got no priors.
That we know of.
I am saying yes, and oh, yes.
Isn't he 50 at this point? Is he 50 or is he just right around 50?
I think he's below 50,
You're like
but he's
47, 48, 49, somewhere in there.
They're not itching to throw you in jail.
No, you've gone your whole life without being a nuisance to society.
If you were a spry 37-year-old, it'd be your ass. But 47, 48, no, you're fine.
Yeah, you're okay.
Also,
get that ass.
Also, everyone will say, we'll testify. Volnick had it coming.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There's somebody on the staff.
That's how I saw it.
Yep. Many people were saying it. We'll react to what Daryl had to say and who you got in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
199. 199. That's your payment on a new Trax at Spitzer Chevrolet. The Memorial Day sales event is in full swing. Lease a new 2026 Trax LS for just $199 a month with up to 32 miles per gallon. Or lease a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 from $329 per month. And together, let's drive. Plus, get a
take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
You know, the Cavs 0-5 on the road here in these playoffs, and they have been a very different team on the road than at home. And I think where it really gets highlighted in a series like this is the physical toughness aspect. You know, the Cavs, that was a weakness last year. It's emerging as a weakness again this year. This is a gritty, grindy team that they're against. It's an extremely physical basketball team. Detroit has to play that way because they just don't shoot the ball well enough on offense to play any other way. And for the Cavs, they get pulled into these half-court, defensive struggle types of games that are really rock fights. And it's not where they're at their best. Again, they got the performances from their main guys that they need to get, but that doesn't necessarily change what is the big issue for them as they go on the road here in a Game 5, which is the physicality aspect.
Brian Geltzeiler on with the Morning Boys earlier today, talking about the Cavs and physicality on the road. It's interesting, we had a caller at the end of the 5 o'clock hour say that the Cavs are a home team. I do think those are the allegations that they have to beat, but I think it goes beyond that. Like in the NBA playoffs, the tried and true things here are your bench is strong at home, and then you can't really trust those guys on the road. Well, when I'm saying that about superstar players as well, I think that's like the most damning thing I can say. When your superstar players are better at home than on the road, and there's a significant margin, That's a real concern for me here in game 5.
Yeah, I mean, tonight's a big night for Donovan. The spotlight's got to be on him. Did he actually find something in game 4? And really, I mean, it's been 3 straight 30-point games. I don't want to act like he hasn't done anything. Game 3, I actually thought it was a phenomenal game by him, 35-10. I thought he was really good. But, like, can he continue this? Can he do this in game 5 tonight? Especially since I don't think he's going to get the whistle the same way. Nick, I think that's going to change.
Yeah.
He's definitely not going to have more free throw attempts than the Pistons' entire team will again. But the idea, like, does he make it to the line 15 times in this game?
Well, if he does, he's going to have to earn everyone above and beyond. There was probably, I would actually say, I know JB complained about all this and whined about it. There were probably about 3 calls that I thought were truly questionable in game 4 for Donovan. You can just write those right off the top. You're not getting those tonight.
Yeah, I just don't think you are. And now, again, do I think that's the reason why Game 4 flipped for the Cavs? No, I don't. The 24-0 run, you went to the free throw line once. Like, you did that without going to the free throw line. But the big story after that game was what happened with the free throws. And so, Donovan, you have to do more what you did in that stretch and less of reliance on getting to the free throw line.
And you have to go get the calls. You can't look for the calls. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
And so, like, I think that's a big thing. And it's not because Harden's on the team. This team, too many times on the road, they play why am I not getting this? I'm going to throw. And I think it destabilizes them in the same way, by the way, that the Pistons kind of got out of their own way in certainly in game 4, where the Pistons were starting to get calls. And instead of just head down, get back to it, you could see it was affecting them, including Asar Thompson, who was like, wait, this is how I play. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, once Asar then he got benched, and it felt like that was a deflating moment for them. And then B-Ball Paul steps in, and he's in, like, the reason why he was highlighted in such an interesting way is because he started showing energy, and it was like, oh, the Pistons do have some energy. They actually have some life. They were down like 15 at that point, and B-Ball Paul's out there flexing.
But I think it's totally fair that after JB going the way he did after Game 4, I think it's totally understandable if Cavs fans look at this and go, man, we're not getting calls tonight, or at least the Pistons will get more calls, but you can't dwell on it. Like, you should expect, like, this, that to me is like basketball 101 knowledge when it comes to NBA players. You should go in, if you're Harden, Donovan, all those guys, and understand they're going to have a light touch on you, and you're going to have to fight for every foul call you get. I need to see that mentality because it is one of the things that I see that the Cavs, I don't want to say they check out, but they kind of pull back and they get in their own head about. Just assume you're not getting the calls tonight.
Yeah, you got to overcome the fact that they're going to have home cooking. Like, this can't be a surprise to you. This many playoff games into it and the complaints we've seen, this can't be a surprise. The Pistons are going to get the calls tonight.
216-474-0092. Are you worried about the refs are going to give Detroit home cooking tonight? I think that makes sense. And quite frankly, it'd just be really nice if the Cavs came out and won the first quarter. Like, it would just feel like such a different if they came out and they by the way, game 3 I think it was.
They did. They won the 34-32, I think.
I think they won game 3. They won the first 8 minutes, and then the Pistons kind of came back. That was at home, by the way. But
which is similar to what happened in game 4.
I want to see the first 12 minutes. I want to see you come out here.
In game 4. We went up 11, and then just watched us just blow that lead, and just then have a stretch where they just couldn't hit anything for an extended period of time.
I also think, specific to this, I do think there are, if you feel like you figured things out, there's a chance it might take the Pistons a half to catch up to it or a quarter to catch up to it. I mean, I think we saw that kind of in Toronto game 3, where I thought the Cavs came out and played really well to start that first little bit there on the road, and then the rest of the game happened and it wasn't. You know, like...
Yeah, game 3 is a disaster.
I think you can see... Again, I don't know if it's momentum, but I think you can say, oh, hey, this worked at the end of game 2. Now we're going to basically do it until they stop us in game 3. In this case, it would be game 4 to game 5.
I mean, it's all right.
I'm just saying a lot of games and numbers.
That's right. It's all right to have the expectation that your superstars should be superstars in this type of game. And like it's all been building to this point, and that goes to Harden included, the idea that they want to see you in big games actually step up. And like Donovan's got 1 million 30-point games in his playoff career. He's got an absolute ton of them. But like we want to see him do it when it matters the most. And we can't just keep saying this is an all-time game for Donovan, or it's going to be some sort of big momentous moment in his career. All right, well, let's see it now.
That's why, to me, it's all about Donovan and Harden. Like, I think if you lose this game, I expect Evan's going to get some blame out of it. That's bunk. That's the third most important offensive player on the team. And who, by the way, can be a bit of a role player offensively on this team. Jarrett is a bit of a role player offensively. Everybody else, there are two guys who are headliners offensively, and it's Donovan and it's James.
And we still do need somebody else to step up, though. A couple other guys to step up, because even if Donovan and James are going, like you can still get into that rock fight that we're talking about. If everybody else is just basically not doing their part.
No, it is, but I think like those guys have to do all the things of cutting, moving around, setting screens, stuff like that. Whereas it is on Harden and Mitchell to make their shots. And they're not going to be as pretty and wide open as they were in Game 4. And by the way, I'm actually reasonably confident they will. But it's funny how we're able to kind of clock things after as they kind of happen in real time.
Mm-hmm.
You actually called Daryl's mini flip-flop of how gung-ho he was after Game 4 to him being like, I got to see it tonight,
Yeah,
right?
Enough time had passed, yeah.
I can see people trying to blame anyone but Harden and or Mitchell. And it's like, no, this is where your superstar players go superstar. And it would be so, I keep looking for things where I go, damn, I'm all in on this team. Tonight is that next opportunity to get me to go all in on this team.
Yeah, I mean, even within Game 4, it should not have finished as a 9-point game, and it's like, well, why did it finish as close as it did? All things considered, we can talk about Atkinson at the end of the game. That's fine. It is what it is.
Still not happy.
But you had a lot of these other guys, these guys off the bench. You had a lot of them not score, and a lot of them not be able to hit those wide open shots. Merrill, as we've talked about, hit the first two, and then just went ice cold after that. Even Strus had a nice game. He's done some really nice things in this series. He didn't shoot the three ball particularly well in that game. And so you need somebody to be our version of what Karis LeVert was last game, where it's like, well, geez, 24 came from the clouds? Okay, great.
Henry in Akron, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Thank you for taking my call. Well, we all know that the call is going to go toward Detroit's way. And like you just said, Donovan Mitchell and Scroozy DeSanta, but when they play that defense on them, they totally get out of character. I mean, I want the Cavs to win, but when the cause is going against them, it's going to affect their play. I'm telling you. I hate to say it, but that's exactly what it's going to be. Those calls going to tip those.
So does this mean, Henry, and you're a big Cavs fan, we know we get you call in from time to time, does that mean you're picking the Pistons to win the series from here?
I hate to say it, but yes, I am. Yes, I am.
All right.
I'm a Cavs fan. I'm telling you what I'm seeing game by game. They don't even play the same, when they're in Detroit. They play good in Cleveland. When they get in Detroit, you act like, where the hell did the Cavs go?
Yeah, I mean, Henry, I can't – there's nothing I can say to refute that. There's nothing I can say to be like, no, but the Cavs are this, that. No, he's right. I mean, he's right. Like, if you want me to point to any sort of example or any sort of reason why this team is great on the road, I have no evidence. There's nothing I can point to. I'd love to, and there's a lot of Cavs fans listening right now being like, oh, just gas them up. Make sure that, what happens in Games 3 and Games 4 happens, and that's a different thing.
Different gas?
Happens in Game 5, and it's like, I can't do that. I don't know. He's right. They're a different team on the road.
Henry was both passionate and defensive about his Cavs takes, which I really like.
Yeah, is that right?
I think he thought we were going to attack him. It's like, I think that's the morning show, that when vibes are high, they attack you if you don't agree with them. They just call you being bad Cavs fans.
Yeah, I mean, we just, there's
mush Anthony Lima.
That mush, man,
By the
I swear.
Way,
He's ducking us.
Had a chance to unmush the Cavs, must not want to unmush the Cavaliers.
There's somebody on the West Side that's going to be rooting really hard for this Cavs team, and not just for his takes to marinate in a nice way, but if they lose this game tonight, all-time mush performance by Lima.
You're going to lead tomorrow's show with what a mush performance it is?
No, that's insane.
We got to lead about other stuff, but it'll come up
ahead of Game 7.
Yeah,
he better be the biggest anti-Cavs guy I've ever met.
Mac,
that's a threat.
I was going to say, too,
that's not a threat, guys.
For me, the difference from...
You're above violence.
I don't get physical. Oh, where's your Daryl drop? You don't have it yet?
No, I don't have it yet.
Oh,
I
okay.
haven't been able to pull it yet.
There's a 24-hour turnaround on those things.
Right?
No, I was going to say the biggest difference, too, for me from Game 1 and 2 to 3 and 4 was how aggressive Donovan and James Harden went to getting to the actual bucket. And instead of just settling for the outside shots, I feel like if you're able to get more, at least get more aggressive in terms of going to the basket, I think you're going to be able to go ahead and actually be able to set a tone.
All right, now we got Connor. I believe Connor's called in before a win before. This is a young man. It's maybe his break to take our jobs 10 years from now. Connor in Avon Lake, welcome to the show, Connor. What are your keys to a Cavs win tonight?
Hey, guys. I think that the Cavs, if they want to win this game, they got to start out fast, and they got to start making these three-pointers. We've been struggling with those lately, and if we can't find those threes, then we have to get it to a big down low and get some buckets.
All right. Hey, real quick, Connor.
I agree.
You think JB Bickerstaff's a crybaby after his comments about not getting enough fouls after Game 4?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's where we're at right there. Connor, when you do take my job, remember me fondly, okay?
Okay.
All right, be good, buddy.
Oh, that's cute. He's like, okay.
Yeah. That's what you say. Yeah, and then he'll never mention my name again.
I did see this video of these two little kids that were like 10 years old or so. It was going viral today and being like, that free throw merchant SGA, and just like really getting into it. And I'm like, these kids are killing it.
So now he's a sophomore in high school going to his junior year, but this kid, Johnny, who lived in our neighborhood in Charlotte, all of our families were close friends. All of our kids were close friends. And he would just come down to my house. I'd be like, oh, you here to hang out with the girls? He'd be like, no. I got to tell you why Clemson's in the tank right now. And he was like 11 years old, and he just had to rip off the tank.
Yeah.
And then he would wait for me to, like, not grade him, but, like, coach him on the tank. And I would be like, I can do this, but I don't like this precedent we're setting here.
I like the precedent you're setting. It's like people are always like, oh, they think that like we sit around here and just manufacture takes, and it's just like, no. This is who we are as people.
Yeah.
This is in our DNA. This is how we've always acted. We've always been this way. We've always thought of the takes, and this is just a way to express it and get it out.
And that's why we are unfit for literally any other job on the planet.
Just unhireable humans.
Put me in an office setting, and I'm around the water cooler. Maybe JP's over there.
I constantly think like the HR violations you have at this place. It's an unreal
I know.
thing.
So many comments.
So many.
I mean, just at the end of that 5 o'clock hour.
I know.
Yeah.
And even more in between the breaks.
Mentioned the whites. He
It's
said
just-
gobble it up a couple times.
Imagine being on the water cooler being like, so what do you think Dean Wade, Max Strus, and Sam Merrill have in common?
Yeah. No, you didn't get it? Come on, it's right there.
Right in front of you.
Why are you yelling? A 3 Cavs basketball player's whiteness.
Why'd you give an accent?
Well, because that's when you yell. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
What's up, everybody?
easy and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show. I want to say a big thanks to our guest, Ashley Bastock. Cleveland.com, 3:20 today. Very aggressive today. Jammed us up a couple times. Didn't really like using the word intriguing as it relates to quarterbacks.
Yeah. Although I do see some people giving her a hard time online, and you shouldn't do that to Ash.
Those same people who tend to be dog vomit a-holes.
Yeah.
Well, and so, no, I mean, they are the people who are just consistently negative in interacting with the station. And it's like, okay, at some point you're just telling on yourself. If it's not like if you can't give like one guess, like hey, I like this take out of you, and all I ever see is you being rude to people we have on the show and insulting them, at some point it's a reflection of you.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I do think people understand the dynamic we have with Ashley. Like she can jam us up because we know her so well. That's like part of the fun. That's the whole deal.
But Albert Breer at 4:20 today on the Brown situation. We'll also got into the schedule stuff, Mike Vrabel's future, all that kind of stuff. And, of course, Daryl Ryder playing hurt today at 6 o'clock. Don't worry, he's getting steroids. For his voice, guys, not just because he wants to buff up because it's Speedo season.
Jack Darrell would be a really funny development, though.
Also, I am saying yes, and oh, yes.
I don't know why I feel this way. I bet you Daryl's a Speedo guy. Now that I said it.
You mean like beaches in Brazil type Speedo?
Yeah. Yeah, banana hammock.
It does slip out occasionally.
Good drop for that.
And the reason why is he's skinny.
I don't understand.
If I was a skinny 47-year-old man, and compared to other 47-year-olds, you let it all show out.
Is that like a cousin of you think Daryl's like a nudist beach guy?
I mean, if you got it flaunted, I say.
Enjoy the bulge.
Yeah. No, I think that's a different thing. I think going out there in a banana hammock is just you want to get as much sun as you can.
Is that what that's about?
And you don't want to be held back by that swishy stuff.
I feel like you want to go to a nude beach. You just haven't gone to a nude beach.
I think most people want to go to a nude beach. They don't want to be seen at a nude beach because then everyone's going to be like, we got a perv here.
If you're banana hammocking it,
You think that's adjacent to a nude beach?
I think it's about as close as you can get without being nude beach. I think you want to go to the nude beach. You just haven't. Yeah, there's something that is tantalizing to you about making the people at normal beaches feel a little uncomfortable about you in the banana hammock.
I always thought that nude beaches where you just want to go see other people, whereas a banana hammock where you're just trying to show off for everybody to normal.
Isn't
beach.
it the obvious? I thought at this point it's kind of been well recognized that people at nudist beaches are not attractive.
Yeah, that is fair.
So, like,
or the nudist camps.
If you're going to see people at a nudist beach, you're always going to be disappointed. It's not the people that you think are existing there or existing there.
Now, I like to show up to a nudist beach a year just to get people to remember that. Like, this is what you're going to see at a nudist beach.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Just a reminder for people.
All my shadows.
Oh, jeez. Have you ever been to a nudist beach?
No,
me neither. No.
And honestly, we got the internet.
Doesn't do it for you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's because you're thinking of almost a sexual way. Yeah, that's the wrong way to approach that.
Very puritanical, Nick Wilson.
It's the wrong way to approach that. You're always going to be
people who want to express themselves.
You'll always be disappointed if you approach that in a sexual way.
How is it not sexual, by the way? You're nude around other people.
I think the whole basis of it is to try to strip you of the sexual nature of being nude to begin with.
All right. Well, that's like
the heart of like nudist and nudist
camps. I'm from
camps.
Ohio. I have my limitations.
Like the heart of that is that idea of like you're supposed to make it where basically it's not a sexual thing.
See how unsexy it is?
This is just how humans were supposed to live or something along those lines.
No, it's not. No, we just were so dumb and so incapable for 50,000 years we couldn't develop clothes. That's why we were nude for a very long time. Oh, that's how the cavemen lived. Yeah, because they couldn't figure out thread.
I think even cavemen I think they even had threads.
That's true. I mean, just animal skins, but still, it's the same thing.
It is what it is. All right, Bill Barnwell had. I'm just gonna go right into it.
You just dive right in like a nude beach.
It's gonna be very nitty gritty football
too. Now imagine Bill Barnwell at a nude beach.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't. But he's the type of guy that would,
Very
they
shiny.
would exist there.
Very shiny. He's very pink, too.
They came out with an article. And it had, can more NFL teams copy the Rams' tight end heavy offense in 2026? If you go back to the 54-51 win over the Chiefs in 2018, outside of the 2 kneel downs that ended the game, his Rams were in 11 personnel every single offensive snap, okay? Then they used 13 personnel, 3 tight ends, for a total of 2 snaps in 2021, 0 in 2022, 1 snap in 2023, and 3 in 2024. Week 7 of last year is when everything flipped and changed. And they had 13 personnel for 323 of their 719 remaining snaps. Is this going to be the new trend in the NFL for this upcoming year?
Yes, because I think you also saw it, not just with the Rams last year. Many teams went 13 personnel as the season went on, and that's also why you saw blocking tight ends getting drafted in the second round.
I don't think it was an accident that a lot of blocking tight ends started being taken.
Which is the visual of Bill Barnwell at a nude beach for me. That's beyond stupid.
What's funny about it, though, is that just as we get rid of our tight end heavy coach in Kevin Stefanski, it's now having this renaissance and this comeback. Meanwhile, we then have taken 2 wide receivers, and we're not really... We're like heavy at wide receiver. We're not really in the 1 running back, 3 tight end, 1 wide receiver personnel.
In fairness, Todd Monken is a tight end guy. That is a 13 personnel guy too. I don't know you have the ponies at tight ends this year to run 13 personnel because either Royer or Ryan has to step up right quick. But yeah, I think Todd Monken, if you gave him 3 tight ends, he would do the dance.
We do have I think 8 tight ends on the roster right now currently. We have an insanely
5 of them
high
are just,
number of tight ends.
Are just guys.
A lot of Jack Stoles. Or
yeah, a lot
of
pre-scorns. That's a thing.
Is that right?
Brennan Bates. There's Zebaz. There's Zubaz. Jimmy Jam.
I have the Bengals depth chart pulled up. They have 7 tight ends on their roster too.
Those ends are so tight.
We're back to the nude beach.
Now.
We had a caller on the nude beach. I know. I wanted that.
Oh man.
I wanted that call. Tell Jake to screw it. Let's hear Mike.
All right, Mike. Real quick, give us your beach take in about 20 seconds.
Okay, 20 seconds.
Hey,
jeez.
That is called karma. I deserve every bit of that. I get it. That's on me, dog. I should have seen.
I implored you to go to it.
And by the way, the second I heard Mike, I should have known that as well. Yep. That's on me. Wrong station there, Mike.
We all take the blame for that one.
Yeah, especially Mac. On the board, yes. I mean, no. And great stuff out of Jake Murrin. Great stuff out of Matt Corrali. Except the door thing. That was really goofy. JP, good stuff.
Just an all-time dumb moment. Had fun. We'll see you tomorrow.
What is it about the end of hours? All right, guys, go Cavs. Let them know. What are you letting them know?
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.